All right, ladies and gentlemen, if board members are ready, we will begin our September 12th board meeting. All right, we will call the September 12th Caroline County Board of Supervisors meeting to order. Let the record state that all board members are here. Mr. Forehand representing Madison, Mr. Black representing Western Caroline, Mr. Seeley representing Bowling Green, Mrs. Long representing Port Royal, Mr. Underwood representing Reedy Church, and I'm Floyd Thomas representing the Mattapan District. At this time, I will ask you to stand for the invocation. Dear Father God, we come before you first to say thank you. We thank you for your many blessings. We thank you for your grace. We thank you for the opportunity here to represent the citizens of Caroline County. We ask now that you give us the wisdom and direction to do what's right for the county. We ask your special blessing on all those who serve this county, all those who serve the Commonwealth, and all those who serve the country. These and all things I ask in the name of Jesus the Christ. Amen. If you join me for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you for joining us, ladies and gentlemen. Our first order of business will be opening board comments. Mr. Forehand, do you have any?
I'll pass for now, thanks.
Mr. Black?
Yeah, I just had a few, and I think most of us probably know. I was at a VACO meeting a couple weeks ago, and a couple of the big things on the agenda that the VACO, Virginia Association of Counties, is concerned with is based on what the JLARC study was for education. I'm sure we all saw it, correct? And it just really points out how the fact that the state has been underfunding the schools. And what that means for localities is, if you're a school board, the reality behind it is you need money one way or the other. I'm not sure the school boards really, at least the feeling was the school from the supervisors at the meeting, the school boards really don't care where it comes from. They need the money. But for us, it matters. For us up here, it matters where the money comes from. And when there's a need in the schools and the states aren't properly funding it, then it falls on us. And, Fairfax gave some numbers on how much it's cost them by the schools not funding them. And it was very interesting and informative. And I think that's something that maybe we can all get together with maybe even our school system and say, look, they need to pony up what they owe the schools, because it comes back on us in the end. So there is definitely that study. If you haven't seen it, please take a look at it. The second thing is when we got an update on energy in the state of Virginia, and one of the things that we have to be looking for that I was fearful of is the solar industry is trying to push buy right into the General Assembly. Not saying that they are going to be successful, but that is something that they're going to be pushing for a buy right use. And one of the concerns was when all localities are rejecting all the solar applications that are coming, then they're going to go to the state and say, look, we want, kind of like I guess they did with the biosolids, right? Then they do the same thing with biosolids. And so then we will have no say in where a solar farm goes. And a solar farm, and it would be the state would say if you meet certain requirements, that solar farm could go anywhere. So I think those are things that we have to pay very close attention to, and just kind of letting you know. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Black. Mr. Seeley?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just going to say that Warriors Heart did their opening yesterday, so they are now open. And I did attend their opening ceremony. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Seeley. Ms. Long?
Two things today. We did a ribbon cutting for the addition to the back of the administration building, which will now be an early voting If any of you have driven around the building, you'll see a big long railed ramp for handicap, and it was a nice event. I think Ms. Hall and everyone who put that together. But we now have a much nicer facility for our registrar to work out of. I also wanted to relay my sympathy to the family of Rosie Irene Upshaw. She was a very active member of the Port Royal community, served on town council for over 20 years. I did everything I could when I was there, trying to talk her into being vice mayor or mayor, but she was happy being a representative for her community on council. But she was a wonderful woman, and she will be missed. She had a wonderful life. She lived to be 91, and we had a beautiful celebration at Shiloh Church in memory of her life and homegoing. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Long. Mr. Underwood?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we know, yesterday was the anniversary of the 9/11 attack up in New York. Certainly sitting at home yesterday, I got a chance to reflect on what it really means to be a first responder and the things that they really do and how they are unconcerned with their own safety for the safety of others. And I just really want to salute our first responders and say, we appreciate you. We certainly want to make sure that we honor you in every way that we can, because as we know, yesterday was a awful event 20 years ago, and we should never forget what occurred. Gives us an opportunity to think about what it really means to be an American. What it really means to be an American. It means together we can do almost anything. We put our mind to it. And I think that's what we have to do. When problems come up, we have to put our minds together, use our differences of opinions to come up with solutions that are the best for everyone. That's all, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Underwood. I have a few myself. I attended the Madison Elementary playground meeting last week. I believe the school board is still looking for community volunteers to help them with that project. Their concerns about safety, cleanliness, and the actual equipment that's there. Their preliminary budget is in $300,000 range for the playground. So we'll probably discuss that when we have a joint meeting with the schools as the schools moves forward. Another thing is I have been in touch with some members of the Chamber, the Caroline Chamber of Commerce, and apparently our attendance, membership, and support of the Chamber appears to be dwindling. So I'm wondering what the county could do. Mr. Cully, I've spoken to Mr. Wilson, so if you could follow up with Mr. Wilson to see what the county can do to help that organization keep moving, because a viable business voice is really good for the county. As Mrs. Long said, I attended the opening of the early voting center, which is in the back of the community of the Caroline County offices. So if you would like to vote early with no excuse, starting on the 22nd, which is next Friday, go to the back of the building. You can park back there, and that rear portion is a very large conference room, which is now the early voting center that we will be using from then on. And lastly, Mr. Underwood mentioned the anniversary of 9/11, which was yesterday. It is a sad day and will be a sad day for this generation for quite some time. And we all need to remember those who perished, those who ran up the fire stairs to save people and never came back down, those who boarded planes and didn't land normally, and all the people who went to work who never came home. So it's a very solemn occasion. If there is any bright side to that event, the only bright side would be how we all came together as a people. how we all as Americans decided to work together. And I think that's the spirit that we need to recapture. So I know that people from the left and people from the right have very different opinions, but on this one thing, we all agreed we should come together. So that's the spirit I hope we have here and throughout the rest of the country. Having said that, that's the end of my comments. Amendments to the agenda. Is there anything new we'd like to add to the agenda?
Just one change, like for the board to consider swapping 11 and 10.
Swapping 11 and 10.
Yeah, make 10
Those are two first readings.
correct.
We can do that. I may ask you to remind me again when that comes up. I'm going to ask that we move agenda item number 15, which is the Sparta Volunteer Fire Department Station. Since the Sparta Fire Department is here, and we don't want them to wait till after 7:30, and agenda item number 16, which is the school fiscal year 2023 budget amendment, and the schools are here. If we can move those two up to before our closed meeting right after consent. And hearing no additions, we'll adopt the agenda as stated.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
All right, motion by Mr. Seeley and Mr. Underwood. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. So the motion carries unanimously. We will move to presentations and reports. Our first presentation and report will be the 10-7 Farms. Ms. Carter, are you going to make that by yourself?
Thank you, friend. It's nice to be back.
Good to see you.
Last time I was here, I had one T-shirt. This time I brought 6, so we're all set.
6.5, I hope. No, just.
I
Well,
also
thank you.
have flyers. Jay will be handing out a flyer and with notes on it, which will identify the gracious gift that the county bestowed upon 10-7 Farms for our summer camp this year. We were able to serve 53 participants through the course of an 8-week summer camp. It was 4 different locations, 2 weeks at a time. We served County Line Baptist, 3rd Mount Zion, 2nd Baptist, and Bowling Green Baptist, each one for 2 weeks. And we hosted an average of 13 children at each camp. And you'll be receiving a notation with items of things that we did with the money, as well as themes for our camp and what we discussed. So as the presentation, when I was requesting funds to itemize, the purpose of the camp in itself was to allow children who wouldn't otherwise go to camp to be able to participate in fun activities, but also to provide a mental health aspect which will equip kids in order to maintain a system of crisis intervention and toxic behaviors and those sorts of things, anger management. And themes which we addressed throughout each of the camps for the 2 weeks, you'll see, are facing a challenge, respect. What does that mean? How do the kids define it? Why do they feel that in order for them to provide respect, they should be respected first? Leadership, courage, a positive attitude, believing in yourself, truth, and trust. Those were our themes throughout the week. We were also able to attend several field trips. We went to an agricultural farm, an art studio. We were, as a group, went to go see the Sound of Freedom movie, which itemized the current slave trade. We also went to the Holocaust Museum, which we were able to actually have a private tour by a member of surviving family. And so the personal experience that she was able to portray to the kids was life-changing, because as she took us through the museum, she was relaying stories from her own family and how her parents and her grandparents survived the Holocaust itself. We also, through the gracious participation of Mr. Howard and the Park and Rec Department, were able to transport all of our students to the NASA Goddard Center in in Maryland in order to have a private tour there as well, but to allow them to be included in the world's largest clean room and then to see them actually assembling the next telescope, which will replace Hubbard. And that telescope actually will be 100 times stronger. And so they were filming as it was being put together. The kids were involved in what was going on. We were able to be in the clean room. They were putting things together, and it was a life-changing experience. Also, during that time, they were able to offer internships to the kids and a pathway internship. So any of our students who are interested at the age of 16 are able to participate in pathway interns, which then will allow them to be short-term interns, but then also to go into college and secure a job at NASA.
Wow.
We also were able to take the new VRE up to DC. We toured the Capitol, but then our wonderful Senator Mark Warner provided us with one of his interns to give us a private tour of the Senate building, and we were able to sit in the gallery and participate. So next thing that we did was
Wait, sit in the gallery and participate or observe?
We participated.
Okay.
Yeah, it was an open session, and we actually had someone there that was guiding us through what to do, and so they were actually able to participate
Great.
in the gallery. Next thing on the list is our service activities. And so the way the 2-week camp was set up, we would focus on the theme 3 days a week, but then 2 days a week, we would do an activity. One would be the field trip, and then the other would be a service activity. And so the kids helped to distribute the summer meals. We went to food bank mobile pantries, and they distributed food there, as well as separating out individual groceries through the Fresh Partnership and distributing those to families that were in need that were throughout the week. And there was one particular day where there was a need to help someone move, and all of the kids joined in, and we participated with that as well. So thank you again for your investment in us, your investment in our students, and I open up to any questions that you might have.
Board members have any questions at this time? It appears not. Ms. Carter, would you by any chance have a written copy of what you just said, the write-up, so we can publish that again?
I can write one. Yeah.
Okay, if you would,
I
yeah,
sure
I'd
will.
appreciate that, and then we could put it on the website and say, this is the investment the county made, and this is the return we got on it. But it sounds like you had a great program.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Chairman.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, our next agenda item, according to the updated agenda, is a data center presentation by Mr. Tim Hughes of the Data Center Coalition. Believe Mr. Hughes is actually in Hawaii, so we're going to move that to 7:30. So at 7:30, before we begin the public comment period, we'll have the presentation for Mr. Hughes. Next is appointments, Social Services, Bowling Green, Western Carolina. Do you have those? If not, this is just a reminder. All right, it's just a reminder, just to make sure we know they're there. Then I have a quorum. Yeah, so at our next meeting in September, and in a couple of weeks, if we can have those, we'll do that. Recreation Advisory Committee, we have Madison at large and the school representative. Madison, Mr.
Mr. Mike Wallace has advised Mr. Staff that he will serve in next term.
Mike Wallace.
Michael Wallace, yes.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. So Mr. Wallace will be appointed. Anything for the at-large member or the schools representative? Mr. Cully is in the building somewhere, so I'm going to ask Mr. Cully to work with the schools. He's got a meeting with the schools at the end of the month to see if we can get an appointment from there. Board members, if you have an at-large member you'd like to consider, that would be appreciated. Economic Development Authority, Bowling Green, Mr. Seeley.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to nominate Mr. M.G. Bill Farmer.
MG Bill Farmer, is there a second to Mr. Farmer's?
I'll second.
Is that Mr. Forehand? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously. Healthy Generations, the Area Agency on Aging, Citizen Representative. Mr. Underwood, you're the representative there. Did you have anybody or any other board member have anyone? It just, yeah, we're just saying citizen representative. So if you've got a citizen that would like to be part of it, that'd be great. We probably needed another one then. Okay, if anyone has anybody, or an idea, we'll let Mr. Cully know, and Mr. Cully can sort through if there's more than one. If there's not one, we'll bring that one name back. Building Code Board of Appeals, Port Royal and Madison. Mrs. Long?
No, actually, I did not know that needed to be filled until I got my board packet this
Yep.
week, but I need to know if staff later could tell me if there are any particular qualifications, since this is about building code violations. I certainly don't know anything about building a house, so, if you all could inform me of that, and I will try
Exactly.
to fill that next month.
Yeah, and this is, I think this is on the agenda to let you know that your appointment expires at the end of the month. Okay. So just in case you had somebody ahead of time, that's fine, but at our next board meeting, we'll look to have somebody, and we will get from Mr. Hughes or someone a quick synopsis for you to make sure you know.
Ms. Long, that was exactly what I was going to ask. So thank you for saying it for me.
You know how to build a house.
You want to be my
Once
representative?
the roof is on.
Okay. All righty. So that takes care of the appointments. We have one, and we'll take care of the rest, hopefully, at our next meeting in September the 26th. Moving on to the consent agenda. Is there anything on the consent agenda that board members would like to have further discussion or pulled? Just for information, agenda item number C has actually been done. That's the broadband expansion through BreezeLine and Verizon. It's just on the agenda to let board members know that we've actually done that. Before we can start laying cable to bring broadband to the entire county, which is our goal, we had to get these agreements signed. So hip hip hooray, they're signed. Anything else from the consent agenda we'd like to pull off? Motion to approve the consent agenda would be in order.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Mr. Seeley, seconded by Mr. Forehand and Mrs. Long. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The motion carries unanimously. And now we'll go to the two items we moved up in the agenda. The Sparta Fire Department's chief office here. Mr. Cully, you're gonna substitute for the chief?
No, this really isn't a chief issue.
There he is. Oh, he was in the kitchen, so he heard me.
15,
Correct.
this is more of a Mr. Shebel issue than it is,
Ah,
but anyway, I can handle it. We had set aside, about $2.5 million, almost 2.6 million for Sparta Fire. We have the plans approved. We have our DEQ permit. We have worked out our issues with the VDOT and are ready to put those plans out to bid. And one of the things in state law is that you have to have set aside your finance,
right,
either borrow or otherwise. So we're recommending that you do a reimbursement resolution. Right now, commit to take it the additional 2.2 we think we may need, and hopefully will be less, so we can put it out to bid. And then at some point in time next year, sometime next summer, when we have maybe some other things we want to finance, we would finance either the 2.2, the whole station, or some other things. Mr. Rogers with Davenport, when I talked to him, recommended we not just try to finance 2.2, which makes sense. The cost of borrowing becomes a much larger percentage of your 2.2 than it would be if you were financing other things. But we don't have anything right now because we're paying cash for everything in this year's budget. So we're just kind of postponing that financing, but we need y'all to commit that 2.2 so we can go out to bid. So it's pretty straightforward. I don't believe we'll actually spend that out. I think we'll probably come back to you and ask to finance that prior to actually dipping into that 2.2 million. Because it's not that I believe I've got that I can build the whole thing out of the fund balance, so to speak. I don't believe, and Tamika's not here tonight due to death in the family, but she's very concerned of long-term taking that 2.2 and not replacing it. Yeah, because we've spent, significant dollars, and we've set aside other monies for water, well development, Rappahannock River intake project. So we're getting close to where we are not comfortable just continuing to take out of the fund balance. This is more of a paper transaction, so we can get this out to bid and start the project.
And we have normally a funding at the end of the year when we purchase sheriff vehicles and some other things. So there's an opportunity in June, July to do another funding.
Correct. Once we do next year's budget, we'll,
Right.
It might be back with, we need sheriff's vehicles, we need a trash truck. I mean, I don't know yet, but
Fire engine, whatever else.
right, I'm hoping not a fire engine. I think we're good on that. So
ambulance, whatever.
well, yeah, we're gonna need an ambulance, and the money going up, that'll be as much as a fire engine used to be about 3 years ago. But anyway.
Okay, so that's, I mean, at least we know there's something ahead of time.
Correct.
All right, board discussion?
No, makes sense.
I'll make a motion that we, let me go look at 15. I figured there'd be discussion.
You give 2.597 million.
Right, I make a motion that we
2.2.
use
2.2.
2.2.
2.2 in the unencumbered balance to fund the bid for the Sparta bid and building of the Sparta Fire Station. Is that enough?
We're just going to move it to the reserve account where the other money is, so that we have the money set aside.
So
okay.
Move from the unencumbered balance to the reserve account for fire and rescue.
Okay.
Discussion.
That's my motion.
Is there a second to Mr. Seeley's motion?
Second discussion.
Discussion on the motion? Mr.
Yeah,
Underwood?
So the monies that we already have in the reserve would be in addition to the 2.2, correct? So you can put it out to bid.
Correct.
That we have the money available, right? So it's just formality, basically.
Formality. We don't, like I said, we'd probably be back to you going, we either recommend you finance the whole thing or at least the 2.2. But we'll know that next year sometime in 24, calendar year 24.
Yeah, state procurement laws don't allow us to put out a bid without having the money actually identified. So
correct.
Yeah,
that's
how
I
hope to be back in December with a contract.
Okay. Any other discussion on the motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously. That takes care of 15. Thank you. Agenda item number 16 is approval of the school's fiscal year budget amendment, and board members need to be aware that this is actually last year's school budget. What they are doing is moving funds around in different categories that were left over to make sure the category that they have is not overspent, which was transportation due to some other issues in transportation. Oh, well, thanks for coming up. I thought I was going to just do it for you. But if you'd like to have something to say, since you're here.
Certainly. Thank you. Chair Thomas, good evening, Chair Thomas, Vice Chair Seeley, members of the board, and Mr. Kelly. We thank you first for bringing this agenda item earlier this evening on the topic for us and moving it forward. As Mr. Thomas was stating, this is a 22-23 budget amendment. We are not requesting any additional funds from the locality. We have 3 pieces to this amendment. It is due to our continued shortage in our bus drivers. They were having to double back, and in the year before, they were double backing 2 to 3 days a week. Then in 22-23, they were continuing to double back, but it was every day of the week. In addition, we have mechanics on the bus, so they were mechanicking during the day, in the morning, at night, but they were driving also for us. So that led them into overtime, as well as the mechanics watching the shop. They were overtime also. In addition to this, we had Virginia High School Leagues. Thanks to our sports teams excelling this past year, we had a 72 increase on our VHSL trips, and we had a 113 increase in our academic trips. So we have 3 folds to this amendment. They're all dealing with transportation, but we had some additional revenues also that we would need to have a budget amendment. These are only budget amendments. So the one is to move maintenance and technology funds, budget authority only, that we had for a school security grant in which we did not receive the grant this year. However, we had budgeted. We typically budget $250 for that grant. Some years we received $250, $220. This year we only received $23,000. So that's additional authority we're asking to move from the maintenance and the technology to the transportation department. In addition, unfortunately, we had larger claims in our insurance this year. So as I've seen on the county side, occasionally you will have that insurance adjustment revenue into the expenditures where we're spending out those expenses. We're asking for that increase of $46,000. And then we also bill our parents occasionally for some of our field trips. So we are asking for an increase of that of $16,000. We received the revenues. We just need the budget authority again, also for the expenditures. Despite the shortage, we had to drive a bus event this summer that did garner us some new hires. We're going to have that drive a bus event again. It was successful. So that's a big, scary bus on the road. So since we garnered some new hires on that, we're going to have that event and continue to have that event to allow someone to drive the bus to make it not appear so scary while they're out on the road. In addition, we are continuing to do our recruiting events and continuous trying to hire our bus drivers. Are there any questions?
Board members have any questions? Mr. Forehand?
The the fees, for example, my daughter went to Virginia Tech on a FFA convention. They paid roughly $1,000 cumulative. Does that go back into the same bucket, or does that go in a different bucket?
Your FFA fees will go into the school account bucket, but they will pay transportation. So they pay transportation, then it comes into this revenue line in which we receive the additional revenues, and then transportation is paying those drivers.
Okay. I mean, a lot of that fee was the bus because he had to go up and then back go back to get them 4 days later. Then my son paid one recently. It was like $5 to go to the state fair or something like that. The bus trips, does VHSL credit the localities at all for when you have to take a 2-hour bus trip for a regional or state game?
No, sir.
All right. So those charter buses that we saw at the state tournament, that was funded by the school just out of their goodwill?
Yes.
Okay.
In addition, we do not receive the revenues from the state games.
Yeah,
that
I
all
was
goes to Virginia High School League, and the county does not absorb.
Unfortunately aware of that.
You're saying they do not give you funds for state competition?
For the state competitions, when you buy the tickets through the state competition, we do not see that revenue into the state.
Well, that's new. Okay. Ms. Long?
This is just a question on the bus driver
Yes, ma'am.
thing. Do you all pay if someone says, oh, maybe this isn't so scary, I could do this? Do you pay for them to get their license?
Absolutely, we do. As they're training throughout the entire process, we are paying them.
Okay. Y'all heard that, right?
Yes.
Okay.
If I can put that shameless plug out there, we certainly need the bus drivers. We will pay you your hourly rate to train. When you're not even behind that wheel, we will train you. Get your CDL, get your passenger endorsement, and then also get your student driving, as they would call it, and being paid and compensated the entire time.
Because
and
you
we
have
will
to.
also take sub drivers. They don't have to work with us every single day of the week if they want to come and just work this day or that day. I'm only available Monday or Friday, or I'm only available in the evenings because we have these evening field trips. We certainly welcome them.
But they have to have a CDL.
They do have to have a CDL, and they have to have a passenger endorsement.
Okay. So there are extra steps. All right. And again, this action that the board is taking is just to move money around from last year's budget, which has been over since June 30th, to make sure the category is balanced and you don't have a category that looks like it's overspent.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve this?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Black and seconded by Mr. Forehand. to approve the fiscal fund transfers for 2022-2023, last year's budget. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Chairman,
Thank you. Yes,
Dr. Calvert, would you mind if I asked a question? I've had several emails school related, just really quickly.
is it short?
It's very short.
Okay, because that's
Extremely short. I've just been getting a couple emails and concerns from teachers at some of the elementary schools and middle schools about class sizes. And I know we gave you a lot of money last year to make sure the teacher salaries, and I was very supportive of that, to go up. I just want to make sure, in the spirit of things, that it is not fun as someone who is a teacher to, especially with the middle school, I know is being hot, have a classroom full of 40 students or 30 students. So I don't know if that's being addressed, and I understand there is a teacher shortage. I get it. But that is most certainly not fair to a teacher if we're trying to retain teachers to stick them in the class with 30 to 40 students.
Yes. Good evening, Mr. Black, and thank you for the question. I do believe you have been consulting with our school board chair.
Yes.
Most recently, on Friday, I provided them with a detailed update in relation to your inquiry, which included the latest data. We indeed are experiencing an ADM increase, and it's sizable at the middle school. The middle school has also engaged in a new alternative schedule. And because the scheduling was based on last year's ADM, we were able to reduce 2 science FTEs and 2 history FTEs. Now that ADM has increased, we use the first 10-day enrollment calculation to look at, do we need to reinstate FTEs to address this growing population? And the answer is yes. We have both the history and science position posted. We also have worked alongside the high school. This is an elective matter in a couple of classrooms as well. And we have an art teacher from the high school coming over and teaching an extra block and being compensated for that as well. So we're keenly aware of those growing pains. We're excited to have more children and open up our doors. But yes, we are monitoring that on a regular basis and hoping that teachers out there hear this and you want to teach science or history.
okay. Before you go, since we did that, this is more of a statement.
Sure.
I'd asked Mr. Cully to work with you to do a joint meeting or schedule a joint meeting. We were looking at the 26th, and I think you've got an event then. So we're going to talk about October 10th at our meeting, and that's what you said was available.
That is perfect. We have planned accordingly for October 10th. Our whole board is available. So if that works for your schedule, we indeed will be here at 4:30.
Okay. Well, we'll see how that goes. Mr. Florian, you have a question?
Dr. Calvert,
Yes, sir.
what's the ballpark on the increased enrollment?
Oh, goodness. I think today, and Marcia, please back me up. We were having conversation this morning. I want to say 4337 was our approximate enrollment. The high school has increased and the middle school has increased. Also, we're seeing some special education increases across K through 12, which of course requires specialized staffing as well. So that is a good problem to have, but of course, when you don't know that they're arriving at your doorstep until day one, you don't necessarily have those folks in place. So we are addressing that currently. I can get those specific numbers to you, however.
Just was it 200? Was it 110?
I want to say close to 150.
Yeah, when you said the number, I did the math real quick.
Yes, around 150, but I will pull those. I think we gave capacity numbers today to Mr. Hughes, Leon, in relation to another agenda topic, and that had our today enrollment on it.
Thank you.
I just want to clarify those numbers that we gave to Mr. Leon today, or Mr. Hughes today, have pre-K in there. So this difference between 45 and 43.
And we don't count pre-K as far as state funding.
Correct.
That's all county funded.
Correct.
I mean, federal funded.
Federal funds too,
Right.
yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
And Mr. Childs. All righty, that takes care of all of the agenda items that we said we would do ahead of time. Even on our schedule, we have a 6:45 break for closed meeting. We have several things to discuss in the closed meeting, and then we will do our best to be back at 7:30 or close to it. Mr. Seeley.
Mr. Chairman, I move that this board convene in closed meeting pursuant to the litigation example of section 2.2-3711.a.7 of the Code of Virginia for consultation with the county attorney and briefings by staff regarding specific legal matters associated with the probable initiation of a tax foreclosure litigation in the Port Royal District where such consultation or briefing and open meeting would adversely affect the litigation posture of the county, and the consultation with legal counsel and contract exemption of section 2.2-3711.8 and A20 and A.29 of the Code of Virginia for consultation with the county attorney and discussion with staff regarding the construction contracts associated with the Valley Broadband Expansion Project and performance agreement relating to an economic development project in the Port Royal District, where discussion in this open session would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiation strategy of the county. Also to convene in closed meeting pursuant to personnel exemption of section 2.2-3711A1 of the Code of Virginia to conduct an annual performance review of the county administrator.
Hopefully there's a second to that motion without repeating it.
I'll second.
Okay, motion's made by Mr. Seeley, seconded by Mr. Forehand and Mrs. Long. Discussion on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The motion carries unanimously. We will be in closed meeting until approximately 7:30. Thank you. You have screen share privileges, Mr. Hughes?
Let me check here. Yep, looks like I do.
Okay. If you will hold on 1 second, I will introduce you and we'll get started. Okay?
Sounds great. Thank you.
We have to come out of closed session and certify. So we have a procedural step or two, and then I'm going to introduce you. Mr. Seeley, do you have a motion to come out of closed meeting?
Yes, sir. I move the Caroline County Board of Supervisors certifies to the best of each board member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempt from the open meeting requirement by Virginia law were discussed in closed meeting to which the certification applies, and only such business matters that were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the board.
Is there a second to Mr. Seeley's motion, please? Motion's made by Mr. Seeley, seconded by Mr. Underwood. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The motion carries unanimously. Mr. Forehand, do you certify that only those things we went into closed session were discussed?
I so certify.
Mr. Black?
I so certify.
Mr. Seeley?
I so certify.
Mrs. Long?
I so certified.
Mr. Underwood?
I so certify.
And I as well certify. That takes us out of the closed meeting portion of the agenda. At this time, before we get into public comment, which is normally held at 7:30, we have asked, I believe one of the supervisors asked for a public information meeting for data centers. And since we were doing data centers or some issues that may affect data centers this evening, we tried to get someone to make that presentation today. And we have with us Mr. Tim Hughes, who is going to give us a brief data center presentation. Mr. Hughes, I understand that your brother took the county on a tour of data centers previously.
That's correct. Yeah. One of our facilities in Prince William County.
Okay. Just want to make sure we all have all the information out there. The goal for Mr. Hughes is to provide some information to the county board members, those who may or may not have been involved in all of our meetings and discussions, to get an understanding about data centers a little more. So at that point, Mr. Hughes, you are on our Zoom screen. The board meeting is all yours, so you go right ahead.
Great. Look, thank you very much to the entire board for having me here and letting me have a conversation with you all about data centers. Before we jump into it, I'd like to just give a little bit of background on who I am and how I'm involved with the data center industry. And first of all, I love the fact that I'm on this giant screen sitting in my tiny office here. So I feel I feel honored. Thanks for letting me up on the big screen. Look, I've been working in data centers for about 15 years. I started in Northern Virginia, data center in Ashburn in operations. So my story arc kind of starts. I was in technical operations, pulling pallets, fixing servers, configuring network equipment. I did that for at the time a company called Facebook. And ultimately moved into program management, building digital infrastructure for them globally, and then found myself in real estate development for their data center program. Did that for about 9 years. Took a little bit of time off, and then I've been running Stack Infrastructure's development since 2019. Stack Infrastructure is a data center developer. We have buildings in about 17 markets globally, 11 in North America. I guess we're actually at 22 markets globally, 11 in North America, 4 in APAC, and 7 in EMEA. And so we own and operate data centers. Our footprint globally is 400 megawatts of in-service data centers, with an additional pipeline of about 1,000 megawatts of under construction or beginning construction. So we are real estate developer operators that lease these facilities to the largest end users. And so we're well positioned to have a fairly open and frank conversation about data center development and the benefits of it to the communities that we operate in, with both a global lens, but also really focused to Virginia. North of 40% of our investment is in Virginia. And so while we do have that global view, we do have a strong presence both in Loudoun County and in Prince William County, with ongoing efforts to expand. That's just my background, just to give you all the context of why we're talking today. I'm not here to talk anything about any specific stack infrastructure projects. So I'd like to give a little bit of an overview. I have two pieces of interactive content that I'd like to get to versus a kind of a full prepared presentation. But I'd like to take about a handful of minutes to walk through local community benefits of data center developments, and how we, both as stack infrastructure and as the industry, as it evolves and becomes a more mature asset class and really understands real estate development and how to interact with communities successfully, what we view as best practices and how we'd like to kind of present ourselves and work with our community stakeholder partners, both politically as well as in the community. So what we've done in a number of markets, but specifically focused on Virginia, is do an economic impact study, and we've worked regionally with the Northern Virginia Tech Council as well as the Data Center Coalition to put together an analysis of economic impacts to Virginia data centers. Just a couple of interesting highlights there, and there's a website called centerofyourdigitalworld.org that has some information on this that is an open website and anybody can visit. There's over 5,550 existing operational jobs for data center in Virginia. Those are just direct operational jobs. For every data center job that has been created in Virginia across a number of counties, not just in Northern Virginia, but also in places like Henrico, Mecklenburg, Hampton Roads. That typically creates about additional 4 jobs in related industries, primarily in industries that support those through ongoing maintenance operations, or even the restaurant down the street that's supported by the new high-paying jobs. On that job front, it's really important to note what these jobs are. From my perspective, these are really the blue-collar jobs of the future. I didn't start with a 4-year degree. I always tell people I successfully dropped out of George Mason, and then I successfully dropped out of Northern Virginia Community College before I ultimately got my degree while working full-time in a data center. But I was able to get that job in a data center with less kind of typical college education than you might expect for a job that pays that well. And in the data center, there's really 2 types of these jobs, these operational jobs. One is a facility type of position. These are mechanical. These are effectively HVAC technicians and electrical technicians that really keep the facility running from an electrical and a mechanical perspective. We actually employ north of 50% of veterans in that role because we found that mission critical veterans that have been on Navy nuke subs, for example, are a perfect fit for keeping 24/7 facilities up and running. Additionally, there are a technical operations side, which is primarily focused on server and network equipment maintenance. So think about your nieces, nephews, sons, daughters, maybe yourself, that are into video games, and this is a really interesting kind of technical role where you can get in and learn kind of the foundational aspects of how servers work and how network equipment works. So those are both types of jobs that are employed that are typically when we work with communities, we typically find folks that have 9-month certificates for these types of jobs, or maybe a 2-year program in which an internship is involved. and we've worked with Northern Virginia Community College to actually create that curriculum, and we're starting to export that concept of a trades or community college oriented institution having a curriculum to create training for both the facility operations and the technical operations team employees that ultimately come in. That's how we think about jobs. And I'll just take a pause there since I really kind of went through a lot of content there and make sure there's no clarifying questions or anything that anybody wants to dig in on the jobs front. Okay, I'm happy to move in to the revenue side, because the other benefit, in addition to actually, before I jump into that, it's really important to know from an employment perspective, the jobs that are created are not just the operations of the facility, but there are significant construction jobs in all of the primary trades. We have electrical workers, we have steam fitters, we have carpenters, we have effectively all of the trades represented in data centers, and there are significant construction jobs associated with the construction of these facilities, which typically are happening in a campus format, which really creates job centers for construction that are not just 9 months, but they're 5, 6, 7 years of continued construction on these campus facilities. And so, again, you have really strong job growth on the construction front. We have strong support of a number of trades groups, including the IBEW, which is incredibly supportive of the data center growth in the Virginia region. On the revenue front, like an analysis that we did in Loudoun County and Prince William County is, what's the ratio of county services to local tax revenue? Because these are very capital intensive facilities, they do create very significant revenue opportunities, especially for local jurisdictions like counties or cities in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Those tax revenues for a 1 million square foot facility of a data center, considering Caroline County's real and personal property tax rates for that 1 million square foot facility would likely be around $15 million of annual revenue once that facility is fully constructed and utilized. We found that the county services to local revenue is about 1 to 13, meaning for every dollar that these facilities utilize in the community, whether it's through road utilization or school utilization of our employees, there's up to a 13x multiple on that in terms of local tax revenue. Again, that's because of the capital intensity of these facilities and the revenue opportunity there when partnered with closely with developers. I'd like to, if it's okay from a screen sharing perspective, like to show you an actual picture of a stacked data center in Prince William County. I believe this is the facility that Kevin provided a tour to some supervisors in the county. And it looks like a rendering. I promise this is a real building. I was like looking at it. I told my marketing department, I was like, no, I need the real picture. And they're like, no, this is a real picture. We just are really good at taking pictures. So let me pick one here. Let's see. Sorry. All right. Let's see if this works now. Can everybody see that?
We got it.
Yeah, so just as a note, this is a 2-story stack facility. Again, you can tell it's not a rendering. You know how? It's because if you look really closely, you can see tire tracks on that curb right there. So it's real. So yeah, this is a facility that we built in coordination with Prince William County and in the Innovation Overlay District, i.e., the location that they have designated for data center development, and they're encouraging data center development. They have an ARB, an architectural review board, and this is a coordinated building with them. And so this is actually facing to the street. So this long side here is facing internal to our campus, as well as all other 3 sides. So there's just one side facing to the street. And from our perspective, this is a nice looking building. You actually have office right here. And the building itself is this fenestration here with this eyebrow up here. These are architectural features that we found for Prince William County is how they like the look and feel of these facilities. We do actually tailor our buildings to kind of in coordination with the jurisdictions that we operate in, because some people want a little bit of a different look or a little bit of a different feel. In the Pacific Northwest, for example, we add a little bit of wood kind of element in this area. So we do coordinate that. This is where people that work in this facility sit. So they have really bright, nice windows and officing that they can actually see out to the surrounding area. So again, that is a stack infrastructure facility. We call that NBA 02D, and that was a picture taken last week. Additionally, I'd like to take you on a short tour, a virtual tour. We do what's called a 3-dimensional tour of our facilities that are under construction. This facility is right down the road from the one that I just showed you. They're similar sizes. The one that I just showed you was the first phase of ultimately 700,000 roughly square foot building. That was the first 350,000 square foot phase. The next phase was going to come behind it again. So it'd be not facing towards the street, not facing towards kind of the view shed of the community. This is our NBA 05 building. One second, let me get my share going. And this is on our website, so anybody is welcome to tool around in here. Can you see this?
Yes.
Perfect. All right, so this is a 3-dimensional tour. I'm showing you this because I want you to get a sense of what the facility looks like in space. So to this backside, and again, this was master planned in coordination with the jurisdiction here, Prince William County. There's a substation. There's no residential. There's no use here. The front side is coordinated with the county in terms of how they wanted to see the facade of the building. This is off of Freedom Center Boulevard. If you're familiar with the area, it's an industrial, it's in the data center overlay. You have George Mason University and Freedom Center, which is a kind of an aquatics and gym facility. But you have right across the street is another data center. And so in terms of how we're positioning this facility in the community, this is heavily coordinated. Again, you have the facade facing this way. So when you're coming up Freedom Center Boulevard, you get the, this is a high traffic area, you get the view of the building. I'll just show you inside the building. So this is inside the building here. You can actually see, just for those that haven't been able to take a data center tour, this is what it looks like inside. These are data halls. Each of these data halls is 6 megawatts critical. They're about 24,000 feet. There are galleries in between for critical equipment for mechanical systems. And you can actually see what it looks like with server racks in there. So you can see that this is how a typical data hall would lay out in terms of the servers being deployed in it. And this is what the guts of a data center looks like. And this is our second floor here. And then you have the first floor, similarly laid out. You have your office and ancillary space here. And we have an appropriate amount of parking in terms of the density of the employees on site every day. There's not a ton of traffic for these facilities. In the operational phase, they're very quiet. They kind of keep to themselves. These are mechanical systems for cooling the space. As you can see from the road, and this isn't actually a road view, but once you're on the road, you can actually see that we've provided screening here to screen this from any locations that you could see it. And then with the parapet here, you can see again, from a road view, you would see the screening or the parapet, you wouldn't see the mechanical systems. And then when you come into the back, again, where you're not going to see it from locations, you have generators and modular electric rooms. So this is a three-dimensional example of a data center. Again, this is on our website, stackinfra.com, and you're welcome to play around with this yourself if you're so interested. But I just figured that would be useful to see kind of the interior of a data center since we're not able to tour everybody necessarily. All right. Sorry, just. Okay. Great. All right. So I've covered the kind of look and feel, how we kind of try to incorporate with the community, as well as kind of the financial benefits, and then the focus on jobs and employment of good paying jobs in these facilities. Those are the primary things that I wanted to touch on. So I'll just hit my brakes and open myself up to questions from the board.
All right, thank you, Tim. Again, this was a generic presentation, and we appreciate you coming and making this presentation on such short notice, which was probably about 8 hours. So we do appreciate that. Board members at this time have any questions of Mr. Hughes? Mr. Black?
Yeah, I just have, I have one. I guess my question is, in speaking to some of the colleagues at, in Vaco and Northern Virginia, there's been a big boom of those data centers up in Northern Virginia, but now I just Googled while you were data centers, and I'm seeing AP News backlash to data centers. So you're starting to see, and talking to some of the colleagues on boards of supervisors up there, there's starting to be more and more opposition to data centers. So I guess my question is, why is that? I mean, you're in the industry. Why all of a sudden, if you've built all of these and these things are great, why is there now a public really starting to kind of coalesce and really come out to say, hey, we don't want these anymore?
Yeah, I'll give you my personal thoughts on that. Twofold. One, I lived in Northern Virginia for some time. I went to high school there, and started my professional career there. I mean, Northern Virginia is completely different than what it was 30 years ago. I think the general development, putting aside data centers or any particular asset class, has been incredible. So I think my dad and mom both lived there in the 60s and 70s, and the stuff that was farm roads is now 6-lane highways. I don't know, right? It's the growth and development in general has been very significant. I think there's a development, a little bit of a development fatigue in general in that area because of that kind of 40, 50 years of rapid growth. And so I think data centers are kind of an easy thing to point to because it's frequently in the news, and it is a growing asset class that has found significant success in Northern Virginia. And so I think there's a relatively straightforward conflation between kind of general development fatigue and then applying that to the specific data center asset class. That's one thought. My other thought is there have been a couple of location mistakes in terms of, as the asset class is evolving in terms of development and coordinating with those communities, people got it wrong. And so we're aware of that in terms of the look and feel of these facilities. They're evolving. What we showed you today is not what's being built 4 years ago. stack infrastructure. Personally, myself and our company is proud to be on kind of the forefront of coordinating with local communities and making sure that we get it right. So I think the dialogue that we're having here today, in which we're providing industry feedback, is a way of kind of getting ahead of that. And prevention is, an ounce of prevention is better than a pound of cure, I guess. And so that's our goal here today, is strong industry engagement with stakeholders to make sure we do get it right as the asset class has matured and our development expertise has been significantly sharpened. That's our goal.
Can I ask a follow up to that?
Sure.
So you had mentioned, just really quickly, I think you just mentioned at the end there, you said something about the fact that you said, well, there were certain things we didn't get right 4 years ago, but now can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Sure. Look, I think the primary thing that we've heard is, you drive down 28 and you don't like some of the data centers that you see. And so that's a big piece, and that kind of sticks in people's mind. And so I think we've learned that the best way to develop correctly is to ensure that the overall aesthetics of the building is in alignment with the local community. Like, that's what we were just talking about with Prince William County that we're getting right there. I think you can talk with some of your colleagues up there, or your peers up there on the board, and they'll say some of these facilities are looking good and they're where they want them to be, right? So that's the primary thing, is making sure that these things fit into the overall kind of community development plan, and that the local stakeholders are on board.
I got a couple questions. You threw out the term about 1 million square foot of data center equates to about 15 million in tax revenue. Did I hear that correctly? Yep.
Annual, I think that's the right number. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's just an estimate based off of
it's a ballpark.
Industry standard. Yeah, it's a ballpark. Yeah, that's
okay. Correct. You showed us 2-story data center there. You have in locales with height restrictions, you would put that in a 1-story or compress that building profile considerably if you needed to, correct?
We have the ability to do single-story buildings. We have the industry has the ability to do anything between typically 1 and 3-story is what's kind of market in the Virginia market. And then you have other locations that we're building in. For example, we're building an 8-story facility in Korea. Probably not appropriate here, but there are ways to work in terms of height and density.
Okay. Is all your high your power delivery from the utility, all that has to be overhead, correct? Coming to your substation.
That's a utility decision in terms of how they deliver the transmission capacity to the substation. So Dominion has designed their system around overhead lines. So I guess the short answer is yes, that we're in Dominion service territory.
Okay. Add one other. I'll pass the baton to somebody else. I had one other, but it slipped my mind for a second.
Mr. Underwood had a question, and then Mr. Seeley has a couple. Mr. Underwood?
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Hughes. I think there's a big question about the amount of noise that's generated from a data center. Can you speak to that?
Sure. There's essentially 2 primary sources of sound that come from these facilities. There are the mechanical systems, which are the cooling systems. Those range in technologies from facilities that use evaporative cooling, which use a little bit more water and they use less electricity. The primary sound kind of coming from those is from the actual fans they're large fans that are blowing air through. And so that's one way that you can get some sound out of these things. The other is from if you have a different mechanical technology, which uses air-cooled chiller systems. Sorry, a non-evaporative system that uses mechanical cooling. I said air-cooled chillers, but there's actually different types of technology. That's what my clarification was for. Those are using condensers, compressors, and pumps and you'll get some sound off of those units. We do detailed sound modeling for all of these to ensure that we're in compliance with the local sound ordinances. And so that's the primary, when we do our sound studies, that's the primary source that we're trying to ensure that we're managing around. And so whether we're managing towards sensitive receptors, we're managing towards property line, we're managing towards, if we're managing towards adjoining property lines, we, those are our primary kind of emission points from a sound perspective. The other, which is much less, surprisingly, not actually something that gets picked up as the driver of sound in the model, is these facilities do have, they are 24/7 facilities. They're mission critical facilities because they host everything from our messaging applications that we use to communicate with each other to 911 and other emergency services. And so these facilities are up 24/7 to ensure that even though Dominion has a very, and Rappahannock Electric have a very reliable grid, we have diesel generator backups at all these facilities to ensure that if the grid were to go out in an emergency, we were able to maintain the uptime of the facility. And surprisingly, those generators, because of the way that we position them and because of the advancements in technology, are not typically what's driving sound. It's typically those mechanical systems that I described earlier. So the overall philosophy here is ensure that we're in compliance with any requirements as it relates to sound. These are not noisy facilities, though. You can go and tour our facility on the hottest day in summer, and I promise you, you'll be standing there and you'll be like, okay, that's not as noisy as a supermarket that's got their freezer mechanical systems running. So we actually think that our facilities are relatively innocuous from a sound perspective, but our goal is to ensure that we're working with the local community in kind of compliance with existing sound statute, and that we're kind of good members of the community from a sound perspective.
Thank you. Number of employees employed in the facility once it's up and running?
For 1 million square feet, we're about 150 direct employees. And then we estimate that would create about an additional 400 second round indirect through induced economic activity because of the additional supporting functions that would be created due to the facility being located there.
Mr. Seeley?
Writing something down here first before I forget. Let me go back to, you talked about training because you said the Navy nukes were one of the equivalents that really worked well. I've worked for the Navy, went to school with Navy nukes, and I'm going to tell you that I have a degree in engineering, and that those folks go to school probably harder than anybody you've ever seen that didn't have a degree. So that says to me that it takes a good deal of training. So I want to see where that plugs into the hierarchy of jobs, because the cybersecurity folks and the certified folks that everybody's looking for have been a slow trickle in the industry for the last 3 or 4 years, even though we offer it at community college. So I hear what you're saying, but I don't know that I understand the employment angle of this, specifically saying that you're going to do 150 people per facility and they're going to be remote. Let's just start there.
Oh, they're not going to be, that's not a remote employment.
No. I'm talking about the facilities in a lot of these localities where, and we're looking at facilities here. This isn't, we don't want one anywhere. There are places I think that they don't fit because of the residential and those. And I've heard from folks in Northern Virginia that live near and around these. And we'll get there in a minute, but let's talk about the training first.
Sure. Look, I mean, from my perspective, I mean, this is the type of facility that, like, how many residents are in Caroline County?
30,000 plus.
Right. And so this is actually a perfect alignment from my perspective, in terms of the employee ratio to the county. So I've done facilities in Prineville, Oregon. I think there's 1,800 total people that live there. And we've done Forest City, I've done Forest City, North Carolina. I think there was 400 people in that city. So what we did was we worked with those local communities to ensure that we were creating an employment base for the people that that live there, and that they have opportunities to get jobs at these facilities. You got a security officer, you got custodial, you got highly skilled technicians from a mechanical and electrical, and you got a technical pathway with the servers and the network equipment, and then you have management roles as well. And so the number of jobs as it relates to your area, I think it gives an opportunity for anybody that's commuting out of the county to find a strong, good paying job in that county. And we'd like to make sure that we're partnering on the training front, that people that did want to do that have an opportunity to go through a certificate training or something similar. That's what we found has been a successful playbook, even in large communities like the Northern Virginia Ashburn area, to smaller communities in terms of populations, like the locations that I've described. So we found success just about coordinating with the local community and making sure that we're able to give people that live there the opportunities for those jobs if they're interested in them. There's also people, by the way, that maybe they live in Ashburn right now and they work in a data center facility that would love to be able to move to maybe a less like a less developed location, like we were talking about, in terms of that Northern Virginia development that's been experienced, and move to Caroline County. That's also something that we've seen. It's typically more a local workforce, though, that we've found that get employed at these locations versus any sort of importation of workforce.
I guess I'm just taking exception with the Navy nuke as your best asset or best resource, because I know what it's like to try to hire technical folks in a rural environment. I work in Dahlgren, which is as rural as any Navy lab is, and the struggles we have in hiring folks. So I'm just going to stop there and move to
Mr. Hughes. We're gonna admit that your comparison between your jobs and Navy nukes wasn't appropriate due to Mr. Seeley's experience with the Navy. How's that?
I'll accept that. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Seeley. Continue.
Let's talk about the secondary noise kinds of things, because the folks that I do know that live in Ashburn, the generator startups, and I don't know if you're doing them daily, weekly, but those generators have to run on some sort of schedule, and they're diesel and they're big, and there's many of them that have to run. So, and again, I'm not saying it's not appropriate in some areas of Caroline, but there's some areas that it's not appropriate due to the level of noise. And I'll tell all my fellow board members to go listen to the generator startup that goes to the courthouse at 5 o'clock in the morning. I think it's every Tuesday or Wednesday. And the level of noise for just that facility is pretty incredible. So I understand that part of the noise, but also your cooling equipment and those kinds of things that do have a regular, and you're saying you'll stay within the noise ordinance. And there are folks here that say the state fair stays within its noise ordinance, and they're not happy, and they live a pretty good distance away. So we have experienced that as a board with the noise and the noise ordinance and being underneath it, and because this is going to be an everyday thing, not a once a week thing or a twice a week thing. This is an everyday thing. So I'm just being mindful of where these go more than the noise that they produce, because the surrounding, if it's not residential, it's not nearly as impactful. And I think from the Northern Virginia perspective, that's what I've heard from the folks that live around some of these facilities. You agree or don't agree?
If the question was, are there appropriate places and inappropriate places for data centers? And I agree with that.
Okay. And the secondary revenue portion and the revenue portion, you know, we have a special tax rate that everybody in the region has adopted, probably in the whole state for data centers. It is not the typical.
Not quite the whole state.
But I mean, a good portion of us have adopted a secondary rate for data centers. And your secondary revenue projection with 150 people, another 450 jobs, I can't make that math work from an economic development perspective. After a data center is up and running, I just don't see it. And I'll quote part of our ordinance that we're going to go over tonight, because that's part of my questions, is that it looks like there's a lot of things that are desired in those that would actually inhibit secondary revenue. So I'd just like a little bit more explanation on your secondary revenue source for a data center up and running.
Sure. And I'm not familiar what's going to be discussed on the ordinance later, so I'm not going to comment necessarily on that.
Good.
And when you talk about the secondary revenue, I didn't actually. I quoted secondary indirect jobs, but I didn't actually mention a secondary revenue number.
And again,
clarify?
That may be a little inappropriate for our presentation from you.
Well, he's quoting secondary jobs. So
secondary
if he's going
jobs,
to say that, then there needs to be a little substantiation
jobs,
as to what that means.
This is by no means intended, and for the audience's understanding too, by no means intended to be the end-all absolute data center discussion. It's just a preliminary discussion to make sure some people understand what the county has been talking about in data centers. I would ask if Mr. Wilson would come forward and give us an idea of some of the data center projections of revenue that have been discussed without mentioning any names. So if you'll hold on, Mr. Hughes, for 1 second. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman.
Good evening.
Board, and thank you, Mr. Hughes, for being here. It depends on, no sound?
You got to get a little closer to your mic.
Well, obviously it depends on.
Can you turn him up, David? Go ahead.
All right. It depends upon the particular project and the company and so forth. But in a 250,000 square foot building, revenue can be approximately $5 million a year from that facility. I think that ties in fairly well with the 1 million square foot projection that Mr. Hughes has mentioned. As far as the labor end of this and the impact of that, these are well-paying jobs. We've discussed with a number of companies, they all start in the high 80s to $100,000 a year. This is well above the average wage of the county, which is about $45,000 a year. So the theory is, of course, that you have people with large disposable incomes and they spend more money in your community. And when you have those kind of incomes in your community, you can see almost King George as a model of this. They have well-paying jobs at Dahlgren. There's really no reason for them to have many of the amenities and businesses that they do have, except there are people there that have money to spend that draw them in. That would be.
I wouldn't go to the King George side of this right now because they are grappling with a whole bunch of issues on the revenue side. If you watch their meeting Monday night or last Tuesday night, excuse me, and they have a workforce on site of 3,800 people. And that doesn't include the 1,000+ contractors that are off base.
Sure.
And the revenue side of this, and that's what I'm trying to caution us on. It's not that data centers aren't good for us in certain places, but that the revenue generated secondarily is not as robust as is advertised sometimes. And I've watched all of this take place over the last 20 years.
I would agree that that would be the immediate effect. I don't think you should expect to see some utopia of revenue and to result from employment.
And really, I appreciate that, Mr. Wilson. We just really wanted to make sure we got some sort of revenue number for comparison to verify or disprove what Mr. Hughes was saying. I think we're all in the same ballpark
Yes, sir.
as far as the actual revenue generated from a particular data center.
Indeed, but
So
happily.
I'm going to get him back off and
Okay.
let him go. So, Mr. Hughes, I think that was it for him.
I'm good.
I think that was it. Again, we appreciate your time. We appreciate your knowledge and discussion on this subject, and especially for being here on such short notice. We will more than likely contact you, your firm, your brother, or some other experts to give us another more detailed community meeting to discuss what data centers can and can't do for the community, and give the community a chance to ask you and your firm directly questions. So again, we appreciate your time being here. You've stayed here much longer than I hoped you would, so I do appreciate it. Is there anything you'd like
Sorry
to say
for
at the
running
end?
over. I just say thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much to the board. And my brother lives in Fredericksburg. He just wasn't able to make it this time, so he'd love to make it in person and spend some time with you guys whenever you need him, or anybody else from the industry if you'd like other representatives. So thank you very much for your time, and hopefully it was useful.
Yes, it was definitely useful. We appreciate it. Thank you, and we'll let you go.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Sadler, for making that happen.
Mr. Thomas,
Yes, sir.
if I could clarify, just there were some different terms thrown out. He mentioned 1 million square feet equates to about $15 million in local revenue. A lot of the buildings themselves are about 250,000 square feet. That was the square footage that Mr.
Wilson just said.
Mr. Wilson used. That is a size given to us from a prospective builder. They're in that ballpark. So it would be 4 of those buildings equating to about what we were told, about 40 jobs, averaging $100,000 each per building. So when he says a campus, they're looking at about 8 of these buildings, which equates to about 2 million square feet, which equates to about $30 million annually in tax revenue. And I will remind everyone that our total annual budget for the entire county, including the school system, including all the COVID money that came out, is about $115 million a year. Okay, so my perspective, and I've said it to just a handful of people, we just had a 1.2 million square foot building that is almost done in Caramel Church.
We got to do public comment. Let's move on.
One campus somewhere in the county gives more revenue than 15 of those buildings combined, without the 10,000 tractor trailers that come with it. So that's my clarification, and
that's And again, again, the board will have another community meeting where board members can make discussions and other things. But we wanted to provide some information to the community because we knew there would be a lot of community people here, and we will do this again.
Mr. Chairman.
We're going to move on to public comments.
Wait, because we have more than one site identified in the county. We act like there is one place.
We're not saying that at all.
Well, that's what's being inferred.
No, we're just providing some information to the community. We haven't said one way or another which one is good, which one is bad. That's all we're doing at this point in time. We never took our break when we went to closed meeting. So we're going to do public comments and maybe one or two of the items before we take an official break. So we're going to now move to the 7:30 public comment portion of the agenda. I know there are quite a few people who would like to speak. So we're going to give everyone an opportunity to speak as part of public comments. You get 3 minutes. If you will indulge me, I believe Mrs. Arnold wanted to make a public comment presentation, and since she's here, I was going to let her go first. And then anyone else who would like to speak during public comment, if you'll make your way down to the front, we'll be happy to have you speak as part of public comments.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Linda Arnold, Madison District voter, Ladysmith resident. I am here tonight primarily to speak in great favor of the establishment of the Transportation Committee for Caroline, if you can vote on that tonight. However, before I do that, I wanted to take a minute and invite all of you personally to the Shine event that is being held this Saturday at Bowling Green Elementary from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. As a SEAC committee member, I want you to know that we are very proud of our chairwoman, Lisa Richardson, and I know that she wanted to be here tonight to speak. However, the committee, she's knee-deep in committee presentation preparations. So the event is the first in the county to bring together a family-oriented activity and educational event that helps to highlight the strengths and challenges of people living with disabilities, particularly children. The whole focus of this event on Saturday at Bowling Green Elementary is inclusivity and empowerment, as well as community connections. And a lot of our community partners are going to be there. So we are inviting you to please come out, join in on the event officially. Contact Lisa at SEAC if by the end of the week, if you can actually, one of you or one of your staff can actually help to lead an actual event or activity there, or a station particularly. We're definitely still in need of bodies to volunteer, not just to attend. So rain or shine, it's going to be an awesome event. But switching over to the Transportation Committee needs, I started my email campaign locally and then took it to the state and national level. When I realized this summer, after breaking both my legs, how drastically impacted the dearth of transportation inequity was. I learned directly about the private pay services that either were unreliable or unreasonably priced, and I was fortunate to receive amazing services from Healthy Generations Mobility Options. But while I qualify and still do receive services today, just this month alone, 3 of my rides were not able to be scheduled because they didn't have availability, and 4 of my medical appointments were out of their service area going to Richmond. So I started a local brief internet poll to assess the need for transportation, and overall, basically found that there was an overwhelming need to look into bringing back transportation into Caroline County. Not to what to do about it, but to actually continue to look and to assess and to evaluate. There were parents in Caroline County and general Ladysmith residents. That's where I put the polls. So basically, I tried to suggest that we would that the committee could use some type of independent data collection. Even in the cursory transportation poll, it was clear there was a need to discuss and evaluate. Both polls were public. Both polls had the option to click that this subject did not interest me, or I don't think this is an important topic. Neither time that was ever chosen. So silence does speak volumes, and I think you can leave it at that. So if people are actually willing to even click on a poll and say that they would like the committee to be formed, if they're not going to say it doesn't interest them, then you can take that. And there were other polls options that I chose, like which direction or whatever, but they were more specific on saying whether they even want it to be looked at. Most
Ms.
importantly,
Arnold, can you summarize, please?
yeah, so most importantly, people chose that there was somebody in their family or in their community that they thought was going to need transportation, either now or in the future from Caroline County.
Okay, what time is the Bowling Green event on Saturday?
10 to 1 on Saturday.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak as part of the public comment portion of the agenda?
Good evening, Kevin Collins, Reedy Church District.
Mr. Collins.
I stand before you this evening with deep concerns about recent developments in our community that have left many residents puzzled and profoundly unsettled. It is crucial that we address these concerns and fully grasp the implications of the decisions we make as a county. First and foremost, I want to highlight that both the Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors has previously rejected the westward expansion of the Carmel Church Planned Industrial Research and Technology Zone, extending from Route 1 to Mount Airy Hewlett Road area. The Planning Commission voted 5-0, and the Board of Supervisors voted 4-2 to reject this expansion that we are now suddenly reconsidering. The one question that hangs in the air, both in my mind and in the minds of county residents, is this: what has changed since these votes were made? In the past month, I have observed a troubling trend among our county administrators and local leaders. There have been meeting agendas amended in the last minute. Unrelated items are finding their way into work sessions. Some members of this very board and our community attended what they believe to be a regular work session on transportation, only to be blindsided with matters related to comprehensive plan changes and data center projects. Moreover, documents from other neighboring counties have been accidentally presented at our planning meetings, further confusing and eroding the trust our community has in this process. While my initial intent tonight was to discuss the numerous reasons why the western expansion of the PERT is detrimental to our community, I now believe it is just as imperative to shed light on what seems to be a hurried, secretive process with a hint of deception that is undermining the comprehensive plan that was developed with roughly 30,000 Caroline County residents' interests in mind, not the interest of a single business entity. Tonight, you'll hear from the comprehensive plan was created with extensive community involvement and aimed to preserve the rural and agricultural landscape of Caroline County, and it should not be disregarded. It feels as if the comp plan is being altered every few weeks. Tonight, you'll hear from many others who will present their own compelling reasons against the expansion project. While I also oppose the PERT expansion, my concerns go beyond the project itself. I'm here to express my strong disapproval of the actions taken by our county administration and planning departments. The recent lack of transparency and last-minute changes to agendas undermine the trust and faith of our community has in its leadership. In the name of democracy and accountability, we seek answers and clarity regarding the decisions made. We call upon our Board of Supervisors to ensure that the principles of openness, honesty, and community engagement are upheld in all of our proceedings. We cherish our community, its values, and its futures. It is our collective responsibility to safeguard the well-being and prosperity of Caroline County. Let us just remember that open dialogue, transparency, and inclusivity should guide our actions and decisions as we work together for the betterment of our time, and I urge you to take into consideration the concerns raised today as we move forward in addressing these issues.
Mr. Collins, I need to let you know one thing. There was never anything added to our agenda secretively at our board meeting.
I didn't say it was added secretively,
Okay.
sir. I said last minute.
All right, then we stand corrected. Anyone else who would like to speak part of the public comment section? Ladies and gentlemen, please refrain from applause. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Chair Thomas and members of the Board of Caroline County Supervisors. My name is Kyle Hart. I'm here this evening as a representative of the National Parks Conservation Association, also known as NPCA, as well as a concerned Virginia resident who takes the opportunity to hunt and fish in Caroline County every chance that I can get. I'm here tonight to express concerns about item 13 on your agenda, a proposed massive data center complex of nearly 1,600 acres directly adjacent to the North Anna River and directly across the river from land owned by the National Park Service as a unit of the Richmond National Battlefield Complex. The National Parks Conservation Association is a membership-driven organization. We have 1.7 million members and supporters nationwide, and 43,000 of those members reside in the great Commonwealth of Virginia. Our mission is to protect and defend America's national parks for present and future generations, which is why I'm here this evening. This proposal is unfortunately one of many that MPCA is currently tracking across the state with concerns due to their proximity to battlefields and other units of National Park Service property. This one is one of several across the state. Obviously, Mr. Thomas, I believe was his name. Hughes. Mr. Hughes referenced problems with statewide data center opposition. We believe that citing is current opposition to battlefield complexes and problematic siting. And I think the proposal in front of you tonight, agenda item 13, is just another on that list of problematic locations. This property is obviously directly adjacent to, just across the river from National Park Service. The proposal has buildings as high as 75 feet tall, with potential viewshed impacts and noise intrusion on park resources. Of course, this doesn't mention the fact that the battlefield, being across from the battlefield, likely has Civil War history on the site, as well as Native American history and likely more. None of these concerns have been addressed by the applicant in their materials to date. On a personal note, I regularly fish and float this stretch of the North Anna River that would be negatively impacted. And I would hate to see it be negatively, or to see it lose its fishing quality as well as its water quality. Data centers are absolutely an industry that Caroline County should be seeking to attract, and I would never stand before you asking you to deny any and all data center applications that come before you. Rather, I urge the board to proceed with utmost caution, weigh the long-term risks, community pushback, and impacts to the environment before charging ahead. Plan smartly in industrial corridors near the interstate and existing infrastructure, and certainly don't risk jeopardizing a beautiful river and neighboring Batterfield in the process.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else?
Mr. Thomas,
Yes, sir.
I've not seen any Park Service property.
Right across from the battlefield.
Uh,
It's right across from
If
the
a
north
mile
end.
down the river is right across from it, there's a quarry in between the battlefield and this site.
Well, we'll discuss that a little bit later, but
Okay.
we'll discuss that a little bit later, sir. I'll give you opportunity to identify it. First, we're going to take care of all the public comments, and then we'll come back to anyone. Mrs. Collins, how are you this evening?
I don't know that maybe I should not be happy that you know me by name.
I know you by name for
I don't
something
start my
totally
clock
different.
yet. Don't start my clock yet.
No, we're not going to start your clock. You can restart it.
It's counting down.
I'm going to restart you, and don't worry, because I can let you go. So
Okay.
we're going to finish the pleasantries first.
Yes, nice to see you as well, Mr. Thomas.
Okay. Whenever you're ready, you just say you're ready.
Okay. Karen Collins, Reedy Church District. The current comprehensive plan and incorporated Carmel Church community plan took years of planning by county staff and residents and included extensive community engagement and careful consideration of natural, cultural, and socioeconomic resources. Their main objective is to preserve the rural character of the county and limit growth to the carefully designated growth areas, which are currently vastly underdeveloped. An amendment of the magnitude being considered now and is so far outside of the established goals and objectives of both plans and should not be considered without the same level of community involvement. According to the comp plan, the government of Caroline County exists to serve the people of Caroline in a manner so all citizens may enjoy a protected quality of life through openness and citizen participation. County officials cannot make decisions in a vacuum without the participation of its citizens. It goes on to describe the various ways the county can engage the public when making decisions such as roundtable discussions, advisory committees, and surveys, none of which was done in conjunction with the proposed amendment. By consistently following the comprehensive plan, the board removes the potential of discrimination against individual landowners and eliminates any claims of arbitrary and capricious actions. Adherence to the comprehensive plan allows property owners to make investment decisions in a stable atmosphere. Smart growth directs development towards existing communities already served by infrastructure and conserving open space and irreplaceable natural resources. The comp plan also states that agricultural and forestry resources are most important and desired primary use for rural preservation areas. The loss of these resources to development is irreversible. It goes on to state that the importance of land conservation and to preserve rural character cannot be overemphasized. Furthermore, the Carmel Church Community Plan specifically states, number one, conservation needs to be promoted with extensive tracts of land preserved and permanently protected from future development. Two, rural preservation should not be rezoned for commercial, industrial, or developed for large lot residential development. And three, future land use maps should not propose any residential, commercial, or industrial zoning uses that border the North Anna River. I implore the board to vote against any further establishment of PERT along Jericho Road because it goes against the core objectives and goals of the comp plan and undermines the importance and need for community input from the very people that elected you. Lastly, in a past meeting, it was said that county property owners should be allowed to do what they want on their own property. While we do live in a country founded on personal liberties and freedom, we must not forget that this is a democracy, not an anarchy. The rule of law is a fundamental principle of democracy. Considering adjacent property owners and the surrounding community when developing land is important because it ensures that everyone's rights are respected and that developments are made in a way that is sustainable and equitable for all stakeholders. All landowners should use their property
reasonably without unduly other landowners.
You can finish. You can finish.
Where did it cut me off?
That,
That was my last statement.
you want to
I
repeat
just
your?
said
Go ahead.
all landowners should use their property reasonably without unduly interfering with the rights of other landowners. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak as part of public comment?
Good evening, Board.
Good evening.
My name is Elizabeth Leonard. I'm actually a Hanover County resident, but my sisters and I co-own 3 of the largest parcels that face the projected Mount Airy project, which others have very passionately and better than I probably spoken on. We are a generational farm. My grandparents started building land in that, and my children look to continue it. We use it for recreation and the future land values, which the entire viewshed would be taken up by a data center across the river from us. And I know the Park Service gentleman spoke too. I appreciate the presentation by Mr. Hughes. I learned a lot in what he said. I'm not anti-data center by any means. But I think the placement between the Jericho River and the North Anna is perhaps not the best location. Mr. Hughes mentioned location mistakes and development fatigue in Northern Virginia areas. And then he went on to discuss the pretty drawings of the architecture. Those pictures in a setting along Route 50 or next to a shopping center or even next to buildings might seem appropriate, but in the middle of a very rural preservation area with farmers, pastoral homes, old churches, old cemeteries, the Carmel Church School down the road seems not appropriate. In addition, on the banks of the North Anna River. So it is not only a farming community request, but a personal request that you find another location that would be more suitable, more industrial, and a win-win situation for Caroline's future tax credits, as well as a plus for the data centers. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Arnold. Is there anyone else who would like to speak as part of public comments? I guess I shouldn't call anybody out by name anymore, right?
Yeah.
Come on.
Good evening, Chairman Thomas.
Good evening.
Members of the board. Mary Hodge, Bowling Green District. It seems that the rich men north of Richmond are here in Caroline. I am here to speak in opposition to Agenda Item 13, the revision of PERT designation for the area west of 657 that was denied on March 23rd, 2023 by your Planning Commission, as well as denied by this board on June 13th. However, looming like a specter is RZ 06-2022, the Valco Mount Airy LLC data center, and I'm quite certain the driving force behind this rare request to revisit the original vote to not extend the technology land use development boundary into the quite beautiful Jericho Road locality. This data center application was also presented before the Planning Commission that night on March 23rd and was unanimously denied due to the remote western location. Mr. Grant Van Royen, the Australian mega billionaire whose family business is called Tract, is involved in buying up rural land throughout the United States, speculating on building an investment portfolio of hyper and wholesale data centers. This vague and poorly detailed proposal presented to the PC consisted of potentially 28 of those two-story buildings on the 850-acre parcel bounded by the North Anna. It was stated by our Planning Commission that this proposal is totally out of character for this area and in the worst location imaginable. Now backtrack to the 11th hour of the August 8th Board of Supervisor meeting where a motion was made by the previously prevailing side to revisit this PERT rezoning. It was quite apparent that not all the supervisors had received the information that instigated this unusual turn of events. It makes me question if something unethical is going on in our county. Is this sudden backtrack fueled by the landowner's leverage or a bizarre pipe dream of a utopian digital society based in Carmel Church? I heard Mr. Seeley mention at 2 prior board meetings that there were no planning commission minutes in their packet, thereby diminishing the board's capacity to make an informed decision based on their PC's finding and judgment. There are minutes included in today's agenda. However, they are definitely the Reader's Digest condensed version and not a true representation of the conversations many put a lot of time and effort into making. Nor were there included the many letters received by the county, including one from Hanover expressing a great deal of concern their citizens had on the many uncertainties not addressed. I am also quite concerned about the many land uses in PERT zoning. Are solar installations and fire-prone battery storage facilities automatically approved by right in these areas? If so, I am opposed. This is an environmentally sensitive area, rich in historical sites. I'll just be 1 second.
I'm going to give you an opportunity to summarize.
The citizens residing in this area are united that they are opposed to the rezoning, and I encourage you to represent them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak as part of public comments? Is there anyone else who would like to speak as part of public comments? The hat didn't fool me, Mrs. Lambert. Good
Karen
evening.
Lambert, Reedy Church District. I'll just be real quick. I just want to make you all aware, because I wasn't aware, that on the opening day of the state fair, there is also the Country Fest at the after hours concert. The last I had known, there were no other events allowed on the property during the state fair, but that I found out changed sometime during the COVID period. I wasn't made aware that that was even an option that was going to be discussed, but it is. So I am worried because it's opening day of the fair. It's also their black tie and boots special that they have. And we're going to have the Country Fest all on the same day. And I don't think that that is a great combination. And to bring up again, luckily we've been pretty good over the last few concerts with the help of the sheriff's department. But I'm worried about the amount of traffic, because the one is at 5:30, the other's at 6, and the fair's all day. And also, again, whenever there are a lot of people, I don't have use of my cell phone. I at least found out that there is a 911 text in the county, so, but that, if I were to be hurt, I live alone. Sometimes texting isn't the way to go if you're hurt. So anyway, I just wanted to let you know.
Thank you, Ms. Lambert. Is there anyone else who would like to speak as part of the public comment section? Is there anyone else who would like to speak as part of the public comment section? Is there anyone else who would like to speak as part of the public comment section? Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. My name is Kermit Davis. I'm part of the Leedy Church District. I own land on Mount Airy Drive, which is adjacent to the property that we're talking about putting this campus up for these data centers. And again, I'm just like the gentleman on the screen. I think there's a proper place to put them, but I don't think it needs to be in that rural preservation area. I'm not as opposed to the building itself as I am 10 years of construction. That's going to be commercial construction with a lot of loud bulldozers and heavy equipment going on, and I just don't feel it's a proper place to put it. I do feel like we have places in the county that would work out better. Just my 2 cents.
Well, thank you, Mr. Davis. Is there anyone else who would like to speak regarding this matter? or any matter since it's public comment. Is there anyone else who would like to speak regarding public comment? Last call. Anyone who would like to speak? Hearing none, we'll declare the public comment section closed. Normally, we don't respond to public comment as is, but I think there was a question that Mr. Forehand was responding to about the national park being across the street from the site that's agenda item number 13. Was that correct, Mr. Forehand?
That was a concern, yes.
Okay. All right, we will move on, and we will discuss more of that, I guess, when we get to agenda item number 13. Agenda item number 4 is the text amendment, unfinished business for special events facilities. Mr. Hughes. We gave you the opportunity, or you gave us the opportunity to create standards, and some of the things we went back and made our last modifications were we took out the minimum lot size. We took out the notification of 4 events right away. And we took out the line that said multiple day events shall be calculated as 1 event per day. I'm not gonna make you do a full presentation.
Okay.
But there any other changes you want to point out to the board?
No, I just want to point out, like I did before, that upon adoption of this ordinance, it becomes effective immediately, and that there are 2 applications going through the process. So, but I think the biggest concern there, if standard 1 is stricken, I think they'll be okay. I would also like to point out that there was 1 board member that did express support for the minimum acreage standard. So, just to put that on the record.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Board discussion on this particular unfinished business agenda item. Mrs. Long? Oh, okay, good. And then you, Mrs. Long, and then
Yes.
Mr. Forehand.
Mr. Hughes, I have a concern about this in that if we're not stating the size, we're just stating that things have to be screened from property lines and from the road. Is there a setback? I mean, could somebody put a screen right down the property line and have a house right next door, 15 feet away from the property line, and have functions there?
Yes.
They could. Okay. Well, that sounds like my answer.
Mr. Forehand, you had a question?
My only issue with the 10 acres is that it basically prevented anybody at Bowling Green from having a otherwise completely appropriate event type facility from meeting that 10-acre standard. And we have some others that are less than 10 acres and there's suitable parking, and 10 acres is a big chunk of land. And I agree that it should be appropriately set. But I was, I did have an issue with the 10 acres for that reason. And for example, if they wanted to buy an old church, right, and there's a handful of them in the county that their congregation has built something bigger, they've moved on, it's dissolved, whatever, the building still exists. And it might be on a 3-acre parcel. And it's perfect for weddings and other events, dances, special events. But yet it would be unable to be used for that purpose because of an arbitrary, when it might have suitable parking, might be a great facility, have special events, regular restrooms and things like that, which we don't require. So again, that was my rationale for having an issue with the 10 acres. So I just wanted to explain that. Thank you.
Any other discussion, Ms. Long? You have
Well,
another question?
I do have another question. personally, I'd like to see setbacks from property lines. We do have a noise ordinance, but depending on how small this is and how we do the permit as far as the number, I mean, I realize we could limit this on the permit, but is there also a, in the permit, if there are violations, can we pull the permit at any time or complaints?
Yeah, Ms. Long, let me remind you, these are not by right uses. This ordinance amendment does not make special event facilities by right. These are just standards that would be applied when someone makes an application for a special exception. So every one of these special event facilities will still come before the board through the SC process for approval. So you would have an opportunity to review items like a smaller parcel that may or may not be appropriate. We have an application right now that's on a 2-acre parcel that is very rural. They have plenty of space. They could have an event and not have any impact. Whereas you could have that same 2-acre parcel in another part of the county where there'd be fairly dense population and it not be appropriate. But you as the board have the opportunity to make that decision whether or not to grant that SC or not. So you still maintain that level of control. The applicant still has to provide a GDP. They still go through the normal process. These are just base standards that will be set in place for those special event facilities that come along.
Thank you.
Each application, as you said, is a special exception, which gives the board another bite at the apple to say, these are things we like, these are things we don't like for your particular special exception.
Mr. Thomas?
Right,
So just a standard.
So
I had Mr. Underwood. I just
right, so that's why it is a special exception. I was going to mention to Mr. Forehand that this is the guideline that we use, but it's got to come to us to see if it fits number one, or if there are extenuating circumstances where you can have a smaller venue that meets all the requirements, but may miss out on one where we could take that exception. So it gives us that flexibility. So it's not written in stone that A, B, C, and D, but they're appropriate when we're looking at the venue itself. Just a guideline.
And in this particular case, by removing the 10-acre minimum, places like the one you mentioned that was 2 acres would automatically be not considered because it didn't meet the standards. So that's part of what we're doing. Mr. Sealy, you had a question?
Well, and I agree with you with some of this, except that there is no approval process. That's all been eliminated in this ordinance.
These are the standards. The
but
special exception has got to come back as special exception.
The approval process remains in place. These are not by right uses. They still come through the special use process. So you still have the approval. They'll show up. They will have a GDP. You have the ability to impose conditions just like you always will. This is just the base standards that they will have to comply with to start with.
Because when I'm just saying that in this ordinance, you said it's in red and stricken, provided such events are specifically requested and identified by the applicant and approved by the board with the issuance of a special exception permit.
But that was the 4, remember, we required them to say, I'm going to do 4 events and these are the dates of the 4 events. That's taking that out. And that's what the special exception permit had to do with those 4 events. I can't, be Kreskin, the mind reader, and say, I'm going to do my 4 events in November, January.
No,
but that's what that is. It's not, that's what that special exception references. It references them saying that you get a special exception permit and here's your 4 days. Now you don't get 4, you don't have to identify the 4 days, but you still have to go through the special exception process.
And I'm going to go back to the minimum lot size. We can't control how many people come to these events. We can give them numbers. But 2 acres to have an event and parking is a tiny place. And if we're going to get those and go, I don't want anybody to have the expectation I've got 2 acres and I have the ability to do this. I always envisioned these as being much bigger venues to handle ticketed events, not small venues that don't really fit and don't have the ability to handle grass parking and a lot of people and an event. That's my biggest concern about this. And I was probably the one that said that the minimum lot size was what I was looking at, because that's been my concern for a long time with some of these ticketed events. because they sell tickets, people show up, and when they exceed their parking and they're still selling tickets, how do you stop it?
So, Mr. Seeley, there's an ordinance that is being developed for events. It's called the festival ordinance, for lack of a better word. And if you were going to have a ticketed event, that ordinance would require that you have a festival permit. So there again, that would go through a review process. If someone came through with a special exception request for a 2-acre parcel, you could impose a condition as a part of that application that they couldn't have ticketed events. So there were some prior approved special exceptions that had such conditions imposed upon them. That is one of the benefits of the special exception process, is the board has the ability to impose any conditions that they wish. So if someone came along and had a smaller piece of property and you were concerned about that, you certainly could say, well, you know what, I don't think your property is appropriate for a ticketed event, and we would like to impose that condition upon you. So the control still remains right here with the board.
Special exception process.
Okay.
Right.
Mr. Okay.
Please, Mr. Forehand, if that's a motion, I'm ready, but go ahead.
Using the previous Magnolia Fields, it's a, I don't know if you're familiar with that. It's on Lady Smith Road. It's already been, it's a special, anyway, they had identified a much smaller area of their larger parcel. So what gets communicated? Just the area they designate, or the larger parcel in general?
So typically in a special exception, you identify the area that you're going to use for that special exception.
Correct.
Use.
Yeah.
So if they had a 20-acre parcel and they were only going to use 10 of those 20 acres, on their GDP, they would identify those 10 acres as a part of the special exception area. The area outside of that would not be eligible for use. And so if they happened to use that and someone made a complaint and we were able to verify that complaint, then they would be in violation of that special exception. And if the board so choose, you could sanction them by, the ultimate sanction would be revoking their special exception.
Okay. So if somebody has 20 acres and they decide that, hey, I'm going to put 2 acres in it, and they have parking outside that 2 acres, that would technically be a violation.
That would be a violation. That is correct, sir.
And their remedy would be to expand that, and then that would have to go through the process all over again.
That is correct, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any more questions? How does the board wish to handle this matter? This is just a text amendment, again, defining standards. The board will have total control over any operation through the special exception process.
I'd like to move it forward.
This will be an approval.
Okay. Then I make a motion, we accept text amendment 03-2023.
Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Motion's made by Mr. Forehand, seconded by Mr. Underwood, that text amendment 03-2023 be approved, which is standards for special event facilities. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay.
Nay.
Chair, the text division, Mr. Forehand, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Black?
Nay.
Mr. Seeley?
Aye.
Mrs. Long? Ms. Long votes nay. Mr. Underwood?
Aye.
And I vote aye. The motion carries 4-2.
Mr. Chair, just because I haven't heard either, can you let me know what the opposition is to? Is there something that's not?
Yeah, when I will tell you, like when this was brought in front of the Planning Commission, once again, one of the things that they had talked about was the need for the 10 acres. And my Planning Commission member and I had talked about this previous one, and
Reconsider.
so that's why I think the 10 acres is something that you would need for a special event. So that's all.
Nancy, you don't have to. I just curiosity more than anything.
Yeah, I don't want to work at having to do a lot of these, look at a lot of these, and I think because we already get backed up on our agendas, and we're going to be managing all these, and if we're going to do them, I have a really hard time thinking a 2-acre piece of property with neighbors next door to it. We're just gonna have to spend so much
Change my
time
vote.
looking at it. I don't know if it's worth our while. I sort of like the 10 acres better.
Well, I'm going to add to that is that if the land parcel isn't large, I'm probably not going to support it.
Right.
Because
That's fair.
But none of us
because
will,
Yeah,
No,
that's
but I
the
mean that's
reality.
why the 10-acre minimum. I'm just going to say to Mr. Hughes, I would
Okay.
discourage.
Yeah, I mean, you're right, and that's something we can discuss when the special exception comes up, because
but
I think
I
that's
think they
true.
should have the opportunity to come before us, even though they may not meet the standard.
All right.
And
Okay.
that's why we're here,
All right, I'll
to make that,
reconsider.
to allow people to do that.
You don't have to
And
reconsider, it's already passed, so.
so,
I think we're good. Yeah, I mean, we're good. That's just the standard, and the other ones will come up. Mr. Hughes, you sat down way too early.
I have a question on this, Mr. Chairman. Did we not vote on this at the last meeting? It was 3-3.
We did vote on it at the last meeting. It was 3-3, and according to Mr. McKenzie, by our actions of 3-3, that qualified as a non-vote or no action, so it could automatically come back at the next board meeting.
So if we vote 3-3 today, does this keep coming back?
If we vote 3-3 today, I'm pretty sure it won't come back again.
Yeah, I'm happy to address that, Mr. Seeley. So at the last meeting, there were motions to defer, one to remand and one to defer, and none of those carried. So you effectively took no action on the application, but there weren't any motions about approval or denial. And so I've dug into Robert's rules on that, and as best I can tell, the failure to take any action whatsoever effectively tabled the motion, right? Tabled the matter. And under Robert's rules, it can be tabled for the meeting, that meeting and this meeting. But some action would need to be taken at this meeting. And the first thing you would have to do is to make a motion to take this off the table. And then you can discuss and make any other motion you want. And in discussion with staff, we thought the most appropriate place for this to go is unfinished business. But for this to do anything else, the first motion needs to be a motion to remove this from the table so that it can be reprised for discussion.
Disposed of.
Yeah, and then disposed of. And I would say that, again, under Robert's rules, it appears that if a matter is laid on the table and not taken off the table by the end of the next meeting, it is
we will consider it dead.
Functionally
and I appreciate that, and we're going to interpret that as taking action now and moving on after Mr. Hughes makes his presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McKenzie.
so take it off the table first, then?
No,
I think
that's
I'm not.
right. Your motion, your interpretation of Robert's Rules of Order said we should take this off the table as an action item first.
Right. It was placed on the agenda for discussion, but it was not deferred to this meeting. So I think it needs a motion to
So you're
take it off
assuming
the table.
It's already passed.
I kind of disagree with that, but so in order to act on this particular item, you're saying that we should have a motion to take it off the table and address it now.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I will make the motion to take this off the table so we can address it now.
Clarify to the public what this is.
This particular agenda item is the rezoning RZ 01-2023 Woodlawn Belmont for what would be Belmont North's application. So I have made the motion. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
All in favor of the motion to take this agenda item off the table and address it now, say aye.
Hold on, a discussion.
Oh, I'm sorry, discussion?
First of all, I thought we were still on 4.
We finished 4.
Okay.
4 was just a text amendment.
That's like we already passed. We already passed 4.
We voted.
I was wondering why we were voting to remove it.
I'm trying not to be here till midnight.
We're on 5 now.
On 5.
Yes, sir.
My apologies for not keeping up.
That's okay. I may not have said 5. I will say it's my fault. So we're on 5. The motion is to take this off the table and address this particular agenda item now. It was made by me, seconded by Mr. Underwood, and discussion. Notice if there's no.
Is there a date to readdress this?
Actually, if we take it off the table, we're going to address it right now.
Off the table, we can address it. That's not computing, I'm sorry.
I actually disagree with Mr. McKenzie for parliamentary procedure.
Can you start all over? I was still on 4.
Okay, we're trying to talk about Belmont North, which is agenda item 5.
Okay.
Mr. McKenzie's
That I'm aware.
interpretation of Robert's Rules of Order says we have to first take a step before we can address it. Although I disagree with that, I'm willing to take that step and say we make a motion to take it off the table, which would mean we're going to address it right now.
A step backwards to go forward.
So, right.
Okay.
It's just a procedural step.
All right.
That's correct.
So that is the motion procedurally to actually be able to handle this since we didn't take action in the previous meeting.
Correct.
More discussion? You good? Okay. So the motion is made by me, seconded by Mr. Underwood to take this off the table so we can address it now. All in favor of that motion, say aye.
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 All opposed, nay. That motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Mr. McKenzie, and do not bill me for those hours because I disagree. So now, agenda item number 5 is actually before us now, which is almost the same as the last time. The applicant listened to board concerns. I think there are, and Mr. Hughes will clarify, there are 26 age-restricted units, and there was $800,000 in change for the fire station, and that number has been increased to $1 million for the fire station. Anything else that was changed, Mr. Hughes, that we need to consider?
Yeah, the applicant did make a commitment to construction of the extension of Traverse Street, as well as the necessary improvements on 207 at the intersection to include right turn lane, left turn lane, and replacement of the mast arms that support the signals.
Correct, because there was a discussion or some decision about whether they could get the right of way to 207, and they've acquired that and are now ready to commit to building that road all the way through.
Yes, and they have committed to building that by the 300 unit or within 2 years of the first issuance of the first building permit.
Now I need your advice.
My understanding, and the applicant can certainly clarify, but my understanding on the right of way is that they have a purchase contract on that area, but they haven't actually acquired the property interest yet. Okay.
Before you go, we have the ability to accept a proffer and put a time limit on the proffer, not a housing unit, right?
We can't alter the I mean, we can discuss the proffers with the applicant, but
the applicant has proffered, for instance, the pool and the clubhouse by the second year, right?
I would defer
the 100th house or second year, right?
On that, and let them present their proffers on that. But
okay,
whatever proffer they submit.
But if they submit a time proffer as opposed to a unit proffer, that's okay.
If that's what they choose to submit.
Okay. Ms. Neal, I'm
so
sorry.
I want to make two clarifications.
Sure.
One, it's 25 age restricted units. And then the other thing that...
Why you correct me? I was getting an extra one.
Well, no. And then...
I know.
And then the other thing is the applicant has included in the fiscal section where they noted the money for schools. They've also included recreation as well. So that money could go to either schools or recreation. So just want to make that clear. That's proffer 27 if you're looking at in your packet.
As long as you have a question.
Mr. Hayes, I do have a question. This is an older permit that, due to changing hands and time and economy, has been sitting there for a while. And you have been working very hard, thank you, to bring things up to date. are the proffers that were in the permit, I know because of timing, they've had to be rewarded and changed, but have they all been leveled out,
Updated,
updated,
modernized.
leveled out?
Yeah, essentially the proffers have been changed, and in your packet there was a proffer comparison chart, which actually laid out the difference between the original proffers and the proposed proffers.
Okay.
Right, and I'm really glad you said that, Mrs. Long, because this is a unique situation in a development that was being done in phases. And this particular phase we're looking at had actually been approved 15 years ago, but because of no fault of the counties, the actual applicant at that time went bankrupt. So nothing happened. I say to the applicant here now that previous applicant, Mr. Frank Seeley, did absolutely everything he said he would do in the proffers. Absolutely everything. So if this were to pass, I would expect the same thing. Any other questions, Ms. Long?
No.
Couple.
Mr. Underwood?
If it's appropriate, the original proffer was 72 age restricted. We're down to 25. I have a concern about that. I think with the economics in the county, even though we have some high-paying jobs coming to the county, it appears, and we have the distribution center on Carmel Church. I still have some concerns about the degradation of that 72 number. If the applicant could address the rationale, I do have another one, but if that's possible, Mr. Chairman.
I don't have a problem with that. If the
you
applicant or the representative would like to address that, or both.
Yes, good evening. Thank you. Aniel Cosby from Wiregill for the applicant. Jim Bonnell is here as well on behalf of Burley Residential, who can speak particularly to the product. But you're correct. The original request was to remove all of the age restricted, and I'll let Mr. Bonnell explain from a market perspective and what they're hearing from developers as to why for this location that made the most sense. But I will say that in speaking to board members, we did listen to those concerns, and notwithstanding what you'll hear from Mr. Bonnell, in an effort to good faith address those concerns of the board, we did offer to provide the 25 age restricted homes, and that's without any offset that usually age restricted homes would really realize in a proffer because they don't have impacts on schools. So you would reduce to Ms. Long's question about is everything equal? The original proffers had a $10,500 credit for each age restricted. We've put back 25 age restricted and not sought the credit. So we're trying to A, give the 25 units in good faith, and B, not take any credit for it in an additional aspect of good faith. So I just wanted to sort of explain that, and then let Mr. Bonnell speak to the reasons for the reduction.
In the process, we spoke with a number of builders to understand, what is going to be the final product, and is that marketable in this particular submarket. Across the board, all of the builders were very concerned about an age-restricted product here, and cited many different examples for that. That some of the challenges that they've had in other areas with that type of an age-restricted product. A lot of people, the villa type of housing within this development, it's naturally going to be kind of marketed toward that more mature audience. But they said they run into it all the time when they do have that restriction where you have somebody that's 45 or 50 years old. They just want that kind of lower maintenance, they can pack up and leave for the weekend kind of housing rather than, but if it's restricted formally, they don't have that option to have that type of a housing unit. So
between the feedback that we received from the builders, them being concerned about, if you're talking about somebody that's maybe aging in place, that might not be the best location for, services as far as hospitals and healthcare and those kinds of things. So with all of that input, it just really made the most sense for the end user product to not have the age restriction.
Thank you.
If that's helpful.
Plus, that's fine. Just for the board's knowledge, there have been discussions by landowners in the area about age-restricted units. I think we've had that discussion before, so if the fear is there may never be any.
Well, we have 66 or 68 units right now.
Right.
In the entire county.
Yes.
This at least gets us to near 100.
Right, and there's also someone else.
I'm. It's better than zero. I'm happy that they added some back.
Can I go ahead?
So.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Other questions?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought that was the only one.
No, I have several. That was my first one. The proffer regarding the original proffer regarding the fire station is a concern of mine, in that we're spending how much for Carmel Church, Mr. Pardon? What's our total spend?
I think all in about 6.6 million.
Right. Our total spend now at Carmel Church is $6 million, and that was part of the proffer early when this development started. And I don't think $1 million makes me whole. Can we address the rationale there?
Yes, sir. For the public safety proffer, the original proffer was up to 2.5 million for the building. So it was capped even then at 2.5. And so that's sort of one fact. The second is that for proffer calculations, unless there's a provision that they would increase with CPI, it's really, for proffer authority, more appropriate to look at what is the impact of these residents on county services versus what's the value of an old proffer and bringing it forward. That makes perfect sense from a financial perspective.
Right.
But when we're dealing with proffer authority, we always come back to the Dillon rule. And
Yes.
You've got your counsel right here, and I would totally defer to him. But that the appropriate analysis for proffers really is, even today, 2023, what is the impact of these residents going to be on the fire and rescue services for the county? And we did look at what that figure would be, and that's where we actually came up with the $819,000, because based on the 2015 proffer guidelines for the county, that's what the number would be. So somebody coming in with a new development, that's the calculation. That's what it would cost the county. We did increase that by the CPI, so that's where we came up with the 819. So if we were coming to you today and said, these units will have an impact of 819,000, here's what we're giving you. But in addition, we could have stopped there, and that's where, under proffer law, that would be the rational basis and the nexus, and that's, that would be the proffer. But instead, we did not want to short the county the remainder of that 2.5 million. It's not the 6, certainly, that Mr. Parton's talking about, but for the 2.5 million. So that's where the remainder of that amount is being used to construct the enterprise connection. So in other words, the amount for the public safety, you're still getting full funds to compensate for what actually will be the cost towards public safety. And actually, since these proffers, you saw them last time, now it's not under 819, now it's 1 million.
Right.
So there's even a bit more on top of that. So now it's 1 million for public safety, and then the remainder of the original is being spent towards the enterprise connection, a portion of that. So again, kind of coming back to what Ms. Long was saying, the values are still embedded in the proffers, and actually you're getting quite a bit more actually, because the right-of-way purchase contract was 500,000. That's not even included in there, and that land will be dedicated to the county under the proffers with that full construction of the road. So the county is getting the same value, the same equivalent values under the original proffer, plus, again, plus more. And we've worked really hard with, with the county to try to be able to do that, given these are very old proffers in classifications that really don't make sense anymore.
Right. So what I tried to do was look at the value of the old proffers with inflation to today to see if I could balance the two. And that's my thought process.
Right.
Just how can I feel good about making, I'm not one to vote to change proffers. I'm just going to put that up front. I think that puts me on a dark path sometimes. So I want to be careful when I do this. So, but if I can balance it in my head about going from 2015 to 223 in terms of dollars and cents, it kind of makes me feel a little better about what I'm looking at.
Yes.
So that's my line of question and my rationale.
Completely understood. And quite honestly, if you took the full value of the original proffer package and brought it forward, it would be astronomical. It couldn't, and that's why that's not how it's done.
Right.
No locality, with older proffers could really enforce that. So
that's how I would like it.
But I know, trust me, it's totally different. The finances, and it makes perfect sense when you think of the time value of money. But that's not what we're dealing with. We're dealing with the General Assembly and the Dillon rule. So you don't get, they're not assets. Right. They're just proffers. So hopefully that makes sense.
I have one more question.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Neal, if you would please.
Yes.
This property's been sold several times.
I believe it's been under contract, but
a couple times.
It's like, for example, there was another application before, but I don't know that it has been sold out of the Sealy.
I thought it was. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay.
Sealy entities. Do you know that answer? Okay, so Sealy to Woodlawn Belmont.
Okay.
And that's the current owner.
Okay.
Yes.
I guess my question was, I just want to make sure that we don't go through this engagement part and then it's sold again without.
Well, I can have the applicant address that, but the difference with these proffers, I will tell you, and particularly with the transportation improvements and the amenity improvements, is there's a date of completion of construction.
Right.
And it's not, so those are baked in. Okay. And so I don't think they're selling it, but if they happen to sell it, you're not going to end up with the same scenario where things aren't built, because Mr. Hughes has made sure that those have end of construction dates in there. And I would address for Ms. Long too, we did include in the proffers the safe zones that we had talked about. So there are criteria for that as well.
And Ms. Neal Cosby,
yes.
Is the applicant aware that if you don't comply with those build dates, they won't get any more building permits?
Yes.
You're aware of that? So you could build a year's worth of houses and then not start the amenities and never get another building permit. Okay, he's saying we understand.
Yes,
okay.
We understand.
All right, thank you.
As long as
Ms.
another
Crosby,
question.
would you explain to me, I was looking at something, I missed part of it, what you just said about the proffers and the amenities and the Dillon laws. Run that back through one more time.
Certainly. As Mr. Underwood is discussing the value of the proffers, in 2008, time value of money if you look only at the time value of money, those proffers are worth substantially more. And so, for example, the fire station to build was actually 6 million. So, the question would be, why are you not giving us 6 million? Because proffers are different than the value of proffers is different than just the value of money. The question always comes back to, what are the financial impacts to the county of the that these residents will have on services? So, for example, the public safety. Right now, if staff did an analysis to say we've got 526 houses in here, based on the anticipated population, what would that cost the county in fire and rescue? We did that calculation based on the county's figures, current figures, based 2015, as I said, with brought forward, and it's really 819. So to Mr. Underwood's point, while the value of the 2.5 million has gone up, that's not what this board looks at for the purposes of proffer value. It always comes back to, because proffers aren't assets of the county. That's not the county's business to make money off of proffers. The county's role is make sure that development pays for itself in these services. And that's why we have the proffers. And the Virginia Supreme Court, and again, Mr. McKenzie's right here, so I don't want to put words in his mouth, but has made it clear proffers aren't assets. They're supposed to offset. So we have to offset our impacts, which we believe we've done. We've done transportation, we've done the fire and rescue. We've addressed each and every one of the proffers to, in a way that we believe is financially meaningful for the county. I hope that. Thank you.
All right. In the overall scheme of things, what you're saying is what was 2.5 now is $1 million.
Stay there.
Sir.
All right, Mr. Foran.
I'm searching a minute. I saw a number at one point. What the total proffer value? I thought it was at 18 something. But
It was, and then it went up by 181.
if you could just state it for the camera, please.
181.
No,
181,000.
181,000. That was from 819 to 1 million.
Yeah, I was just trying to get the final number. I've seen it. I just can't put my eyes on it right this second.
17. 17. I think it's 17.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought we had it in that chart, and it's.
I looked at the chart.
I thought it was in an email or something.
Total. And that's not including the one that does include the 181. Okay.
You just give us that number. We'll add 200,000 to it to make it
sure.
round.
$9,268,440. That's the total proffer amount with cash and credits.
9,268,000.
Yep.
And it is the clubhouse and the other recreation. Is that part of that number, like the
No.
pool? That's just an amenity. That's
part
part
just
of
an amenity. Correct.
part of your
That's not
expense.
included.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
That's potentially another swim team in the county and ball field and volleyball court
and they've
special
proffered
events
up
facility.
I believe they've talked to Mr. Hughes and proffered to do some of those fields right away.
Yeah, I mean it's in 26.
We've backed up the amenities, the recreational amenities, and then some of the original lots with the first development of Land Bay A. We'll bring those on with the first site plan.
Yeah.
So slowly, but yes,
At issuance of 150th, so you're looking at potentially end of your first year.
we're hoping,
Okay.
and
Yeah.
probably sooner because it's a marketing.
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Okay, I just wanted to put a bow on it in my mind.
Yes.
So, thank you.
Any other questions?
Mr. Thomas.
Mr. Black?
Mr. Hughes, I've just got one, and then Actually, I've got a couple. I saw in the traffic impacts, that was a big thing. It says that the analysis indicates that the network level of service does not drop below a C. So is it saying it's a C now? Is that what it's saying? And won't drop below a C. So it's currently a C and won't drop below a C. Is that what you're saying?
That is correct.
Now, does that take into account, like on that road in 207, so does it take into account any of the warehouses we're building? I mean, so will that still remain a C with all that traffic being added into, or?
Yeah, the TIA accounts for background traffic, and so those
So
additional
the warehouses coming
developments
in will be?
Yes, that's considered background traffic.
Yeah, 2 more warehouses coming in, so you've got all the trucks from those 2 warehouses, so that'll still remain a C with the 2 warehouses coming in, even though you've got 1 million square. And because I'm going to keep on going back to this because this is a big thing for me. The Planning Commission voted 6-0 for denial. Can you go over again the reason for that denial?
So I think the reason for the Planning Commission denial was they felt like that the county was not being made whole and that the project was not necessarily offsetting its impact on the development. And so they looked at it from the perspective of the time value of money. They see a $2 million proffer in 2008. And then they see, a $6 million price tag on a fire station, and they ask the same question. It didn't appear they were being made whole.
Okay, thank you.
But now, Mr. Hughes, you can also say, and this is going to be the last question. You can also say that the proffers have substantially grown in terms of value since it was at the Planning Commission to right now.
You could say that, yes.
Okay. And that is something to happen. I did speak to a Planning Commission member today at another event and explained what I thought were the proffers now, and he said that made a big difference. So that was it. Okay. If there's no more questions, a motion would be in order. So I'll make a motion that we approve RZ 01-2023 Woodlawn Belmont North.
With the revised proffers?
With the revised proffers as presented today. Is there a second?
Second. Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Could you note the date of today's date in that?
Today, with all of the proffers received,
dated
as of September 12th, 2023 at 9:35 p.m. And that amends my motion. Mr. Forehand, would you amend your second?
I amend my second to include the date and time.
Thank you. Any more discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no.
Nay.
Chair to Text Division again, Mr. Forehand, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Black?
Nay.
Mr. Seeley?
Nay.
We're voting on the change of the motion, correct?
We already did that. We're voting on the motion to approve now. Excuse me? Thank you, ma'am, but we modified he amended his motion to include the date and time. I amended my motion.
Yeah, the motion is fine and was seconded.
Thank you, sir. We are voting again on the motion to approve Belmont North. The original motion was amended, as was the second. There was division of the House in the roll call or in the voice vote. So now we are going to take a roll call vote. Once again, Mr. Forehand, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Black?
Nay.
Mr. Seeley?
Nay.
Mrs. Long?
Nay.
Mr. Underwood? And I vote aye. So the motion to approve has failed.
So it's dead.
This is the motion. All right, so the motion to approve has failed. Well, that takes care of it. We can come back and do motion to get rid of it, but I promised the board a break at 9 o'clock and it's 9:40. So we're going to take a 10-minute break and we will return. We'll stay in the recess. Reconvene. Parliamentary procedure question, just to make sure. When a vote is taken by the board and there is no prevailing side, as according to Robert's Rules of Order, the prevailing side can always reconsider a motion at this meeting or at its next meeting. What is your interpretation of a 3-3 vote in relation to our board rules and Robert's Rules of Order?
Right. So the board's bylaws say that motion for reconsideration can be made by any member who voted with the prevailing side. And in this case, there's a tie vote, no prevailing side. And per the amendment to the bylaws that was adopted at the beginning of this year, that's deemed an approval. So, I mean, the bylaws don't specifically address this circumstance, but I would think that you know, both sides could be considered prevailing sides because there was a tie. I don't, the bylaws don't address this. I don't know whether or not Robert's rules.
Mr. McKenzie, and I mean, I know this is not parliamentary procedure or whatever, but ever since we have gone with 6 members on this board, any 3-3 vote has been, if you make a motion to approve something, a 3-3 vote has meant denial. And now all of a sudden we're going to start to change that?
That's what the bylaws say.
Right. But yeah, so this board, we have in the past always had a 3-3 vote. If someone makes a motion on something and it goes 3-3, that has been dead. That has been a
We're asking Mr. McKenzie for his interpretation of the rules. That's all.
Well, we've never asked for an interpretation in what, 12 years? And now we're going to ask for interpretation 12 years later because we didn't get our side to win?
We didn't necessarily need one, but we're asking now if you.
We have not had one in 12 years, so why now?
We're asking Mr. McKenzie to interpret the rules. Mr. McKenzie, would you finish?
Yeah, so the rules don't address the situation on reconsideration if there's a tie vote. And I think, you know, frankly, as the chair, you can make a direction. But, you know, there's an argument that both sides are prevailing sides. There's an argument that neither side is prevailing side. So I mean, I think that the safest approach would be to give you as chair the person who's directed with conducting the meeting, if that motion is made to decide whether or not it's in order given this very unique procedural circumstance.
All right, I appreciate that. We can also do something else. I'm going to change my affirmative vote to a negative vote, which means that there's now a 2-4 vote. The 4 vote is negative. That's the prevailing side. So my vote will now be recorded as a no vote. That will make me a member of the prevailing side. Correct?
Mr. Chairman, I'll change my vote to aye, and then we'll be 3-3. How's that? So if we're going to play games, let's stop. We decided before this, if it was 3-3, it was dead for a year. You and I had this discussion, board chair and vice chair. We said if it goes 3-3, it's dead for a year. You and I both agreed to that.
I don't recall that, but that's your opinion. We're asking here now. So if that's what you'd like to do, if you're going to change your vote to yes, then I'll leave my vote and we'll go from there.
And then I'll change my vote back to no because I still have the next meeting option.
All right.
So that's it's a game.
We're gonna leave 3-3. We'll leave it at that. As your last statement was, if the motion comes back, the chair will have the right to decide whether it's a valid motion or it's not.
But I don't want to see it back on the agenda for any action in the next year.
Don't look. Thank you, Mr.
No,
McKenzie.
Mr. Chairman, that's not the way it goes.
All right, we're moving on to agenda item number 6, proposed adjustments to the concert series. That is Mr. Hughes? Or is that Mr. Cully? Changing the schedule for after hours.
Correct. Staff received an email in June that we missed, and so we did not get the request for this on the agenda in time for August. That they would like to add one show that's outside of the time limit that the board had approved. It's not an additional show. They didn't use all the dates that they were given.
But you're saying it's outside the time limit?
Now, yeah, it was a few days outside of the time limit that the board had established prior. Otherwise, this would have been on the agenda to discuss in August. It was after the email was after the June meeting. We had no July meeting.
Thank you, sir. Discussion on this particular agenda item? Mr. Underwood?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, when it was brought to my attention in July about the concert on August, I guess it had been advertised, and I was called, received an email from one of my constituents about why were they allowed to go beyond the September 30th, because that was the original application, was to September 30th. We did extend them the year before, but I think that was extenuating circumstances. And when I talked to Mr. Parton, it was supposed to come before us prior to that, and they did not put it on the agenda. So that's why it's before this board today.
What's your position on it?
I've heard from a couple of my constituents today. We did it last year, and that was because we wanted them to try to get as long as they didn't go over the number of events. I think it was 25 last year or 22, and they did not exceed that number. With this October 7th date, they will not exceed the number. So for the residents have been, it's been a pain for them, but they've endured this year. And I have not received as much pushback this year as we have in the past. So I'm inclined to say that it's been good, and I'd like to maintain it that way. I think it's our fault, but I can still see the residents saying, well, you should have done this earlier. So I'm going to support the residents, and I'm going to vote no this time.
Is that a motion?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a motion?
Yes.
Is there a second to Mr. Underwood's motion to not extend the schedule for after-hours concerts?
Second.
Discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. To the motion to not extend the hours, all those say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
Well, here we are again. The Chair Detects Division of the House, Mr. Forehand. How do you vote?
Nay.
Mr. Black?
Nay.
Mr. Seeley?
Nay.
Mrs. Long?
State the motion, please.
The motion is to not extend the after-hours concert series.
Aye.
Mrs. Long votes aye. Mr. Underwood?
Aye.
And I also vote aye. Guess what? That's 3-3. So the motion to not extend fails. Why don't we go for the trifecta and ask for a motion to extend, which will probably end the same way.
I'll make a motion, we extend to allow this one concert on October 7th.
Second.
Who was that?
Clay.
Who made the second?
I did.
Okay, motion made by Mr. Forehand, seconded by Mr. Seeley. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay.
Nay.
Mr. Forehand, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Black?
Aye.
Mr. Seeley?
Aye.
Mrs. Long? You vote aye?
Just one concert, right? One, it's one, not one.
Mr. Underwood, how do you vote?
Nay.
And I also vote nay, so the motion to extend passes 4-2.
Yeah.
So they have one more concert?
Yes.
Okay, proposed agenda item number 7, proposed donation to the 516 project, which is a 501c3 nonprofit. Mr. Parton.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, as you know, you've received a request from, for tax exempt status from the 516 project, which is a faith-based nonprofit organization that serves communities by providing three main things: local home repairs, disaster response, and a food ministry. And the organization purchased property in Caroline on Ladysmith Road, I believe, and again is asking for tax exempt status on their real and personal property. The Commissioner's Office has indicated that their current annual tax liability is approximately $11,000. Mr. Chairman, at your request, staff submitted a recommendation that is in the board packet that you, if you wish to consider helping them, that you do so in the form of a donation rather than creating tax exempt status. It's certainly not intended as a knock on 516 project. Staff has no doubt that they're a fine organization that does a lot of good work for the community, including Caroline. But once you grant tax exempt status, that you set a precedent, and any other similar organization would be entitled to the same. And so we believe that essentially the same objective could be accomplished with a donation over time, if that is the board's will. We'd recommend that you start low, maybe in the neighborhood of up to $2,000, and then you could reevaluate that in upcoming fiscal years based on the level of service and confirming that the services have been provided. And perhaps the 516 project could work directly with Social Services Department to determine where the needs are most, where the services are most needed, rather, and be able to document the services that were provided. I'll conclude by saying, if the board does wish to grant tax exempt status, we believe there's a need to hold a public hearing and actually adopt an ordinance in which you specifically say how much the exemption, or what the exemption is based on, the assessed value, and the value of the taxes that are being considered for exemption.
Thank you. And just to clarify, when you said it at my direction was for staff to give us a recommendation.
Correct.
Not one way or the other,
Correct.
just to give us a recommendation.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. How does the board wish to handle this proposed donation, or?
I have some questions first.
Questions, Mr. Forehand?
Warrior's Heart, as an example. Are they 501c3?
They're a business.
No.
No, they're a business.
Okay. We have
a lot of other.
We do.
We have a lot of other 503.
More than anybody probably realizes.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think it might be, we just designate a fund and we have people apply, have these organizations apply. And then when that money's gone, it's gone, or we split it up if anybody that applies. But I don't see how we can do this organization, pick and choose winners and losers without, this, everybody with the same tax status would be entitled to the same thing, theoretically. When that's
there
equal application.
Could be 30 or 40 501c3s that come and ask us for.
Right. I think at budget time, you need to establish amount of money that you want to put, and then create an application process with a deadline. Like the Commissioner of Revenue has for elderly relief or any other of his programs. There's an advertisement period, a deadline to file, and a set amount of money for July 1 next year. And so if you meet the deadline and meet the requirements,
and we create requirements that.
Yeah. So I think it takes some.
Would the board like to?
We couldn't do it all tonight, but I think if you're going to
No.
move down that path, there are a lot of things I think you ought to put in place, including, establishing we're going to put $10,000 or $15,000, whatever the amount is, and then with an application process at the end of the day. And suddenly you get 100 applications.
Mr. Cully, could I try something? Would the board like to defer this until budget time?
I think that would be appropriate.
I think also I like that idea that Mr. Cully has, as far as making some of these organizations apply or whatever. And
And we can set up standards at budget time, which would be.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll work on
Yeah,
that.
that's fair. All right, Mr. Cully, that's what the board's direction is. We, appreciate the recommendation, and we're gonna ask that they come to us at budget time, and we'll create something. All right, agenda item number 8 is a reclassification of deputy registrar and chief registrar's position and a supplemental appropriation. Mrs. McVeigh, or I get in trouble when I say people's names, so you wanna tell us who you are?
Perfectly fine. Thank you so much.
The
I appreciate your
registrar.
time tonight, and I'll be very brief. I'm here tonight to ask the board to reclassify and regrade 2 full-time positions that are in my office. In 2022, the General Assembly changed the title of assistant registrars to deputy registrars. Included in your packet are the duties associated with the position of the deputy and chief deputy. With all the changes that have been made by the General Assembly in the last few years, the job responsibilities have drastically changed. Inside the packet, you do have those job descriptions. County staff and myself have graded the positions, and the new grade is noted in the executive summary. The request by myself is also noted in the summary, and I respectfully ask that the board consider this request.
Thank you, Mrs. McVeigh.
Thank you.
Mr. Cully, it doesn't have, it has budget impact, and we create a new position, but it doesn't have the total
It's
budget
about
impact.
30, the budget impact is, I'm not reading the memo, but $30,000 and $16,000 of that budget impact is she has an employee that has left, and we would have to, that employee didn't have insurance, and so we would have to budget the possibility of insurance. So the recommendation is approve a supplemental appropriation to the 24 registrar's budget in the amount of $30,155.10. But of that, $16,745 could be the cost of health insurance, but that's not guaranteed until she hires somebody. I won't know what that is. But that wouldn't be used for salary. That would only be set aside for health insurance if those benefits were selected by any future employee. She has a vacancy currently in the chief deputy registrar's position. So it would change.
So it's 30K plus 16?
No, 30K is total.
With 16?
But so the majority.
So 16 may or may not be
right.
used.
The majority would be
30,000 maximum.
And she's asking in that to be able to hire up to the 60,000 for that chief deputy, because we got to run an advertisement.
Right.
The grades out 57,208 to 91. Obviously, we wouldn't be paying 91. That's the top of the scale for that grade. But the starting would be 57,208. And she's asked for the budget authority to be able to go 260 if she finds somebody, and that's what it takes to get them to come to work for us, which is what we have found in the last several years. It's hard to get anybody at the minimum of the grade. But the majority of the money, a little over half, would be for health insurance, and we don't know until the person comes whether they'll need that or not.
So you need additional 30,155.10.
Correct.
Is what she's saying in the presentation.
And that was prepared by Tamika Morgan, Finance Director.
How does the board wish to handle this one?
I got a couple of questions or a question. What is the reason? Because I see in here deputy registrars and chief deputy registrars. For the deputy registrar, I see you're wanting a range of 40 to 65, which would put us basically in the range of a Stafford County. And some of the larger locations, is there a reason that it would be like as to why we would be comparing to like a Stafford rather than something like a?
That is where we always look towards when we're doing our salary studies. These are the localities that we look towards, and we do pull employees from that area, so we have to be very competitive.
Okay.
Questions? Any other questions? How does the board wish to handle this one? A motion would be appropriate.
Can I ask another question before the motion?
You may.
Mr. Cully, is there, are we doing, I thought we were in the process of doing a salary study for all employees.
We are mid process of that. I think there's some
So would these employees be,
they would be. And I think Alan, you looked at some of that.
Or submitted that information for the study.
Yeah, they're in the study, but Alan's heading that study up.
They are certainly included, Mr. Black. I'm reluctant to try to pull a number off the top of my head. I'm not.
Well, I guess my only concern is this, and I know we've got this coming down the road, and it's going to be a big budget impact for us. But I'm just saying, like, if and I'm not saying they're not justified, Ms. McBain. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm just saying, like, if we do one per department now, then what's to say that, you know, another department like planning or another department's going to come to us and say, we want to do this. We want to do this ahead of the salary study. I mean, what would stop that from occurring?
This isn't changing this. These grades are on our current scale.
Right.
So it's not changing this grade to the new salary study grade, so to speak. So this is graded out in our system that we put in place in 2017, and the job descriptions changed. And so then with the job description change, with the grading done by Ms. McVeigh, Pam Schmitz, HR manager, and Alan Parton, they all run it through a system looking at the job description duties and all that, and it comes out with this is where this grades out at. And so that's where these grades came from, but they are still on our scale today. That is the current paid band for that grade today. It doesn't have anything to do with, if some other department wanted to do it, they would still be dealing with our current, not the salary study. The salary study we're doing now is we don't have that implemented, and that the grades and all that stuff is what's being worked on.
It will likely create a whole new grading system, but again, it's not like we're jumping out and treating this position different than the other position.
Okay.
If this was a bigger department, for instance, that had vacancy savings and, you know, people that had left and there were more vacancy savings, I could approve these grades and have the money to do it. But being a small department, there's not enough money in salary savings to be able, she'd have to go a right long time without anybody working to be able to change these grades. But we do approve grade changes during the year if somebody's job description changes for whatever reason.
Okay.
But they're, we can call it the same thing, but they're doing the same thing.
No, they've added stuff.
Well, everybody's job gets changed with the General Assembly every year, every July 1.
To some degree, but they since 2019, 2020, there've been a tremendous amount of changes.
I'll concede. There's a lot of voting integrity things that the rest of the country could learn from. But at the end of the day,
we've had a lot of changes. If you look in the job description for the chief deputy, you'll notice that her detailed description is very unique, and it's not something that somebody just walks into that position knowing. What I'm trying to attract is a qualified person who has election experience. And to be able to do that, I have to have a salary range to get that person in. So that's why I'm making this request tonight.
So, Ms. Mc, can I ask?
Yes.
Go right ahead. So, make sure I understand. I thought we were already within the salary grade.
No, we weren't.
We are not in the salary grade. This is to bring us.
This brings us into current.
Into current.
Yes.
And you're saying with Stafford and everyone else, even though.
These are the counties that we normally look towards when we're doing comparisons. So that's what we did with Alan's help. We did all that. And now we have that study here, and we have graded those departments there for those positions, and this is what we have come up with.
Granted, with voting integrity, I know there's some issues.
It's a lot of new things now. We have a lot of IT security things. We have a lot of things we have to do.
I was going to ask you if you could just name a couple, and the IT is one I know.
IT is a major one. Election security is very intense now. We also have to do more voter registration stuff. We have provisional voting now that's really different. We have same-day registration. We have
Saturday voting.
We have the early voting for 45 days, including 2 Saturdays. So it takes a lot of people to do our jobs now, and they have to be qualified, trained people. I can't just have someone walking off the street. I need someone that has some election experience.
Right. I know it stretches you during election times as well, but there are.
September 22nd with voting right now.
Right.
With 2 people in office, I can't handle everything we need to do. I need that third person. And we are advertising for that now.
I think it's important that we note that you don't only work during voting.
I work, to dispel the myth, I work more than 2 days a year.
Right. And I think looking at old voting practices versus
Yes.
now.
It's a
They have
drastic
changed.
change.
It's a huge difference. And I think that's what maybe we're probably having a little trouble
Well,
digesting, but the reality of it has changed.
Yeah, definitely. I'll be starting my 10th year next March. My job now is nothing like when I started.
Thank you. Mrs. Long?
No, thank you.
Miss McFay,
Yes, ma'am.
on the chief deputy registrar's position, that one, I'm sorry, let me go up to the other one, the deputy registrar. I noticed the lowest range in the new grade is still higher than that position in the comparative counties. So when you hire, you're going to stay at that 44 and not go up, correct?
More the
That's
concern is-
unusual that I see that it's higher.
I'm just more concerned of getting a competitive salary for my chief deputy. That is the person, if I get hit by a bus, that's the person that has to step in and do my job. So I'm looking for someone that I feel can handle that position. So I need a salary range that can attract that type of person.
Right. Okay, I'm fine with that. I just wanted to make sure we didn't have a range on the other one also.
Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Forehand?
My only hesitation is using Stafford as our reference, because if we did that with firefighters and school teachers and police officers, then
Alan, that one's yours.
then that would be inconsistent with what we've done in the past for
Mr. Forehand,
my 8 years.
what we've done is replicated the very localities that are being used in our comprehensive pay study by the graph. So it's a blend of localities that are, some of which are bigger than us, but are in the region, obviously, and we compete with in some cases. And you have some localities in there that are smaller than us and you know, don't have the staff.
Blended number, I misheard. I thought we were using Stafford as our measure, and I don't.
That's just one of the many
Okay,
localities.
all right, thank you. Perfect.
Ms. McVeigh, if I could ask one question.
Yes, sir.
You said you were advertising for this position now? Okay, so you don't have anybody internal to hire for this. This is something totally
There could
new.
be a possibility of my deputy moving up, but I'd like to see what's available out there.
Oh. If your deputy moves up, you'd still have to hire someone to replace your
That's why
deputy?
I'm advertising both positions at this time, and I'm going to be interviewing all at the same time.
Okay, makes sense. All right, thank you. So how does the board wish to handle this?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we authorize the registrar to go ahead and advertise for positions of deputy registrar and chief deputy registrar at the quoted salary range.
Go right ahead, Mr. Colley.
Appropriate 30,000 and 150, 155 and 10 cents to her budget.
And appropriate $30,155.10 to the registrar's budget.
Second.
Discussion? Question, if the person doesn't take that health insurance value for 16,000, that money will come back to the county or it stays with the registrar's office?
It's in her budget for the rest of the appropriated time, but in a health insurance line item. So health insurance is a line item, so it wouldn't be used. It can't be used to pay anybody or buy supplies. So it's just there in case that happens. Otherwise, she tried to make an offer and they need health insurance, I'd be back to you. I need to
I was
appropriate
just
for
curious,
health.
once we hire that person, if that money came back, but if that's fine.
It rolled next year.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, no further discussion. All in favor of the motion to take $30,155.10 from the unencumbered balance for the registrar's office, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your support.
Thank you.
Thank you for hanging with us tonight.
Next agenda item is a first reading of the proposed amendment for taxation, the transit occupancy tax. Mr. Bassoon, are you here just to tell us? Oh, Mr. Parton, I'm sorry.
I was just going to turn it over. It's basically housekeeping type of amendment. David Watson could explain, but
We're basically just changing the dates of when we do it.
changing the due date to match what the state has adopted for the intermediaries. Did I get that right?
So we don't have
the Airbnbs.
We don't have two different forms or two different dates on them. That was a great presentation, Mr.
Yes.
Watson. Appreciate it.
Motion to approve.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Underwood has made the motion to move
Second.
this forward to
I did have a
public hearing.
question for the registrar though.
The registrar?
About Airbnb, I'm sorry, the, commissioner.
Because she's gone.
Or his representative. How do you know someone is doing a vacation rental by owner?
It depends on whether you're asking about the person who's providing the actual lodging facilities or the actual intermediary. Like, for example, Expedia, VRBO, Airbnb. Are you asking about the actual?
So if I decided to rent a room out in my home via Airbnb, you would get a text alert on your phone?
No.
I know, being facetious, but how do you find out about that?
Well, before this legislation went into effect, it was actually very difficult. It's been a few year process in the General Assembly to try to kind of narrow this down to help us identify those from a commissioner standpoint. What this recent legislation did was not only solidify the due date for the intermediaries as the 20th, but it also added a lot of definitions to the state language to make sure that the intermediaries, when they file the reports with us, they're also required to file which addresses and locations per where those gross receipts are actually coming from.
So the Airbnb organization sends you a report and a check, for lack of better words, for simplicity's sake.
Every month they'll
So
send us
the General Assembly changed your job and made it more difficult? Is that what I'm hearing?
No, well, this year they actually made it easier.
Okay, well, that's nice.
Yeah,
That's a first.
Until now,
That's a novelty.
until now, they weren't required to file the additional list listing the actual properties that the individuals or the person who was purchasing the lodging was staying at. So now we know where all those locations are. Basically, they send the report, they send the check, but they also have to attach that
So
additional list.
Airbnb is collecting the tax.
Correct.
So they know what our occupancy rate tax is of every organization, every jurisdiction that they're in.
Yeah, they recently finalized the commissioners as an association completed a statewide transient form. So the Airbnbs and the VRBOs, they can now use just one form where they can drop down and select the locality, and it fills in all the rates for that locality. And
Thank you. That's very informative. I appreciate it.
No further questions. The motion was made and properly seconded that we would forward this to public hearing at the next available public hearing date. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously. In the beginning of the meeting, Mr. Forehand requested that we switch 10 and 11.
Actually, just scratch that because it was actually 13 I was thinking of, and it's irrelevant at this point. It's moot.
All right, we'll move to agenda item number 10, which is the first reading of the proposed text amendment, text 10, 2023, to amend the zoning ordinance of Caroline by amending Article 11, Planned Unit Developments, to create Division 7, Planned Innovation Research Technology Park, what we have referred to as PERT. All righty. Mr. Hughes?
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. As you know, this is a request for a first reading of the proposed ordinance, commonly known as the PERT, Plan Innovation Research and Technology Development Zoning District. As part of Article 11, the district would be a technology-based versus an overall industrial nature of planned industrial park, seeking to ensure other general industrial uses do not infringe upon technology uses. The PERT Development District would complement proposed comprehensive plan designations for technology uses. The final version of this ordinance incorporates comments provided by the board and the planning commission. This use would be consistent with the comprehensive plan in the M1 and plan development zoning districts, where the comprehensive plan designates areas as a per or planned industrial park, where public utilities, water, sewer, electric are available to serve those properties. So just briefly, you have the draft ordinance there on your screen and a couple of the highlights. In section 2, it identifies the permitted uses. Excuse me. And as you can see, of course, there are the research-based uses, technology facilities, data centers, package of goods and materials on site, and there are a whole host of permitted uses that would be by right. And then there are those special uses there that are more of the heavier type industrial uses. As you can see, laboratories or research facilities, electric generation facilities, trade, technical, and vocational schools that are outdoor. You also have a section of the ordinance that allows accessory uses. Those, as you know, accessory uses are uses that are common to a principal use. And so these uses would include, of course, parking, storage of materials to be used on site in the production and or of products made on site, provided such materials or products are located in a fully enclosed building, backup energy and or fuel storage facilities for individual buildings, communication, broadband, fiber optic utilities, guard structures, rooftop solar facilities, restaurants for employees in a facility, electrical substations, on-site ancillary utility facilities. The ordinance also includes additional submission requirements. These submission requirements are in addition to those that are for the typical rezoning application. So if someone was going to come in and request a perk designation, in addition to the submission requirements that are in the zoning ordinance now, they would also have to comply with the items that are identified in section 5. And you can see there a couple of items of note. There are noise requirements or studies that may be required as well. Phasing to be identified, evidence that the electrical provider indicating the ability to provide service for such a development, evidence that adequate public water and sewer are available, and architectural elevations of proposed buildings demonstrating compliance with the requirements of Section 7. But before we get to Section 7, there's Section 6, which talks about setbacks. And I think that's often a concern, as we heard from some of the earlier discussion. This ordinance would require that there be a minimum setback of 100 feet. And then there would be 1 additional foot setback should be provided for each increase in building height of 1 foot in excess of 100. So essentially what that is a 1-for-1 increase once you get above 100 feet. So if you go above 100 feet, then your setback has to increase 1 foot for every foot you are above 100 feet. So the minimum setback would be 50 feet along all internal roads, except there'd be no additional setback required for any increase in height above 50 feet. A minimum setback of 25 feet would be required between internal side and rear lot lines. Also setbacks for parking areas, covered walkways, but it also indicates in F, no structure shall be located, no encroachment permitted or modification granted in violation of the Virginia Uniform Building Code, of course, or the Fire Prevention Code. That's just standard. You can't violate the building code anyway, but it is identified there in the ordinance. Section 7 talks about architectural standards, and we spent a lot of time working with one of our planning commission members, Mr. Weaver, to identify appropriate architectural standards and to include building materials on the facades, excuse me, and also colors that have to be, earth tones and the like. So I say earth tone neutral colors with accents to complement the dominant building color. Building facades must be set back from internal property lines. This should require 25% of the design elements that are identified. And I think what's important to note here is item F, is there is some flexibility built in for the board. I'm on page 6, if you're looking. Notwithstanding anything contrary herein, the board may approve alternative building facades and features and building facade materials, provided such modification is consistent with the requirements of paragraph 7A1 and 7A2. So it allows someone to propose an alternative facade standard as long as it's in conformance with those other ones. So there's some flexibility there. The ordinance also includes development standards, which relate to site design, the preservation of trees and natural spaces. It says that the submission of an open space preservation plan, which shall demonstrate that a minimum of 20% of the site shall be preserved in natural open space. The preservation plan shall be submitted with the first site plan and updated with each subsequent site plan. So essentially, you know, we hear a lot about preservation of open space and protecting open space. This is built into the ordinance that any site would have to maintain at least 20% of the site in open space. Yes. So it also talks about stormwater management techniques, vegetative covers, innovative materials to help break up impervious surfaces, water collection systems such as subsurface collection facilities, cisterns, and rain basins. All of these are design standards to help have a much more environmentally friendly development when it comes to a applicant seeking this requested zoning classification. There is also buffer yards included in here. The buffer yards shall be provided to visually screen development from a budding residential zone or occupied properties within 300 feet of roads, schools, and places of worship. Within the required setback, a buffer yard width of 40 feet or half the required setback, whichever is greater, shall provide a buffer area to all exterior boundaries. So essentially, there's going to be at least some buffer around the perimeter of these proposed developments. The way you could encroach into the buffer, which is item 2 on page 7 under B, you could have access roads that can encroach into the buffers, landscaping, lighting in accordance with section I, fencing in accordance with section D. Section C does talk about landscaping. Section D relates to fencing. Essentially, what the fencing does is to promote an attractive style fencing, not necessarily chain links. So there are attractive security fences out there that can be installed that prevent the facility from looking like a some type of prison or jail. So it also talks about the construction footprint, which identifies the limits of disturbance shall be clearly identified on the site plan. No more than 50% of the construction footprint shall be disturbed at any one time without permanent vegetation established. So essentially what this does, this is another environmentally friendly provision of the ordinance that it prevents a site from being opened up wholly and you have essentially erosion, potential erosion concerns. When you get a large, these sites are typically going to be large, and when you have large sites that get denuded, it becomes a challenge to deal with the erosion. And so this provision here is to help accommodate and tackle the potential runoff issues. One, to protect environmentally sensitive areas, but also to protect adjoining landowners when these sites are denuded. So it also protects slopes that are greater than 15% or slopes identified as critical by the Virginia Erosion Sediment Control Handbook within the resource management area are to be avoided to the extent practicable in compliance with Article 15, Section 24. And so you notice that there are references back to the existing ordinance within this ordinance as well. There are provisions for signage, height, the maximum height shall not exceed 100 feet. As a note, see section L1. And there again, we talked about the increased setback for height requests as well. Talks about lighting. Of course, all lighting should be down, shielded, and dark sky compliant. That's pretty much a standard now in the lighting industry. Utilities, new and/or relocated on-site electrical lines of less than 34.5 kV shall be installed in the ground. New electrical substations shall be located at least 600 feet away from residentially planned or zoned parcels, place of worship, school, or public road designated as a highway corridor overlay. I think what's important is item K, which speaks to noise. It establishes the noise level at 65 decibels between 6 a.m. and 10 p.m. Of course, the applicant may request an increase up to 10 decibels, provided evidence, including but not limited to noise studies, site conditions, neighborhood characteristics, proximity to occupied dwellings, noise mitigation techniques, and other supporting factors are proposed by the applicant. And it indicates that the increased decibel level does not adversely affect properties. So an applicant could come in and make a request to increase the decibel level by 10, but they would have to provide the supporting documentation that shows that there would be no negative impact from that increase of 10 decibels. There are also some exclusions from the noise. During construction, noise shall be minimized using accepted industry practices or soft warning alarms. So essentially, construction equipment that has warning alarms, they have to use a muted alarm on them to help reduce noise. Noise resulting from the operation of an emergency generator or maintenance and testing during a power outage is also exempted from the decibel requirement. And then finally, the last provision is last two provisions are L and M. L is speaks to screening of equipment. One is rooftop accessory equipment shall be screened by a visually solid fence, screen, or wall, or panel, a parapet wall, penthouse, or other visually solid screen constructed of materials compatible with those used in the exterior construction of the principal building from public roads, places of worship, schools, and abutting residentially zoned property. So this essentially means that if I have rooftop mechanical equipment in the example that Mr. Hughes provided in his presentation, you saw he highlighted the rooftop mechanical equipment. Essentially what this provision says is that the screening of that equipment has to occur, and that material that is used to screen that essentially has to match the facade of the building, so it's consistent. So you couldn't have some odd screening material on top of the building that would be out of place and out of character with the facade of the building. It's to maintain consistency of what the structure will look like. And then finally, the last item there is the Carolina County Department of Fire and Rescue shall be provided emergency response training by the owner or signs prior to commencement of commercial operation. And that's in there to essentially ensure that our emergency services personnel are aware of what's on site and how to deal with what's on site if there are happens to be any emergency situations out there. So that's a very brief and quick overview of the ordinance. I know you have it. I'm sure you've read it. So I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Brief and quick. Mrs. Long has a question.
I do. Section 6 setbacks. I'd like it to read minimum of 100 feet. And also, as we had talked about before, if there are any bodies of water or fronts at the property line, fronts on a creek or a river, we need a 200-foot setback.
Yeah. So Ms. Long, can we just clarify? So
okay.
Are you an A, B, or C? Because each one of those starts with a minimum.
Okay, I am in A.
Okay.
That says 100 feet already.
I said a minimum of 100 feet for setback, but we need to say near a body of water. I think it should be a 200-foot setback.
Think any flowing body of water?
Mm-hmm. you
So,
can do that.
Like creek or river, such
So
as.
let me see if I can make this easier. So there are already requirements if there are any RPA or environmentally sensitive areas. There's already a setback requirement of 100 feet. So you would like that to be in addition to the required setback off an RPA or environmentally sensitive area?
Yes.
Okay.
And then I have one more. And that is under noise. Now, I've never been with Mr. Reitman when he's been testing noise, but we have 65 decibels is above our noise ordinance, but from 10 p.m. from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., we're going to let it be 60 decibels. That just sounds like that's not much of a difference for nighttime. And I just say that because I'm one of those people who gets on AP Hill when they wake me up at night. So somebody who knows more about sound can comment on that. But that just sounds high for sleeping hours.
Okay.
A bunch.
So do you have, would you like it to be lower? I mean, you said it seems high. Do you have a number in mind or?
If you're in Congress, you can sleep through the whole session.
So I would say this. I mean, one of the provisions of this ordinance is that, or the way this is constructed, is that we can ask for, if we have an application that comes in and would be close to residential properties, we can ask for increased evaluation of noise and decibel levels.
Just remind me on that if you have a.
But if we do that and this is the text amendment that defines it, you're saying that special exception or requirement we can make it worse, or but that's not the case.
No. So what's a nice thing about this ordinance, and I will say this is a nice thing about the construction of the zoning ordinance, is that this is going to be put into the section of the ordinance that falls under our overlay districts.
Mm-hmm.
So within that provision itself, it allows applicants to ask for alternative standards. So an applicant who feels like that they may need to exceed that can indeed come and ask for an alternative standard. Now, built into this specifically says if you ask for an alternative standard, then you need to provide us evidence that you are going to not have any negative impact by seeking that alternative standard. So an applicant, let me see if I can make this as simple as possible. An applicant could come in and propose a completely different ordinance than what we have right here and call it alternative standards. What we would require them to do is to produce that document just as an ordinance. It would get presented to you all as alternative standards. And then if you approved it, that essentially becomes the ordinance that regulates the development of that property. So
yeah, I don't like that at all.
That's built into.
Why am I doing this if they can come with that?
Because it simply provides you flexibility, because there's no such thing as a one size fits all development.
We're talking about a PERT. We're talking about a data center. We're talking about one size. I mean, 250,000 square feet, 1,000,000 square feet.
But Mr. Seeley, there are other uses within this.
Well, and can I get to my questions, Mr. Thomas? Because that's going to get to the heart of this.
Well, you didn't get recognized, but go ahead.
All right, well, thank you. How many M1 industrial ordinances or proposed intent uses do we have? How many different ordinances can you apply under for M1? Because you talked about overlays.
How many uses?
But he's got the list of
Here's,
of uses
this
in
is
here.
this is for PERT, and this is M1 industrial, correct?
No, it's
It says that in your presentation in here, it says this is an M1 industrial zoning for PERT. I'm reading it. I'll read it to you because it's in your
In summary.
in the summary. This is M1 zoning.
no, it's not. This is going to be a separate zoning classification. It's
No,
not.
but wait, it's part of M1, correct?
It is not.
Then why do we call it M1?
Can you show me where you?
I'm reading your summary. This would be consistent with the comprehensive plan and the M1 plan zoning districts.
That is correct. So essentially, what that is intended to mean is that you would have some M1 uses. If in the comp plan amendment, it states that M1 planned industrial park designations would be an appropriate designation to ask for in the PERT overlay district.
Okay, so let's stop there and
But
let's go through.
Let him make sure the question's answered.
So essentially what this sentence is intended to say is that if you have land that is designated for the PERT land use designation, an appropriate zoning classification to request would be planned industrial park.
Planned industrial park.
So if I can ask a question, you're saying, and it's just language, you're saying this use is consistent with the comprehensive plan in the M1 and plan development. Instead of consistent, similar?
Well, it would be consistent because you look for consistency.
Consistent means the same as.
Yes. So it would be consistent because your ordinance is constructed right now, the way it is constructed. It has a separate overlay district called Planned Industrial Park. That is a zoning classification in the ordinance right now. The proposed comp plan amendment to create the PERT land use designation says in the text of that amendment that planned industrial park zoning classifications would be appropriate in an area that is designated for future land use identified as PERT.
Okay, let me go through because these are my, why do we want to have packaging of goods and materials prepared on site in a PERT? It's industrial. Why do we want printing, lithography, blueprint, or similar process to be used to manufacture products online in a PERT? I mean, let me get to some of the more offensive ones, I think. Hotels and conference centers. Administrative headquarters or processing offices for computer programming and software services, engineering, architectural, urban planning, and design services. That sounds like it shouldn't even be in an industrial site.
Well,
we're talking planned,
innovative. We have industrial zoning.
But well, there's been some mix-up in innovative versus industrial. This shouldn't be industrial, and I agree with you on a couple of those uses that shouldn't be in there.
Well, we also have in here retail showroom for goods manufactured on site not to exceed 15% of the gross floor area of the principal structure and located herein. Why do I want that in a PERT?
Not PERT. Agreed.
I mean, how about restaurants, cafeterias, facilities for child care facilities, employees provided such in the location with permitted principal building use?
Agreed.
So, but I mean,
well, let's go through and strike out the ones we don't want right now.
Well,
because this is the first reading.
It is, but I would caution to be so quick to strike things because you have to understand the way these are developing. These are developing as campuses. Mm-hmm. So you're going to have, and I think you don't look at this as a traditional industrial park where you have more of your heavier, let me think of some industrial uses where you would have warehousing. You might have a crane and rigging facility or a company that might operate in an industrial park next to a warehouse facility, next to a concrete batch plant, next to a buildings that have flex warehousing space. That's how you think of your traditional warehouse or industrial area. These are more campus style, more office park style developments than they are pure industrial type uses. So some of these uses that are identified, and some of those that you mentioned, may be accessory and complementary to a data center.
But I think the point is, and we're going to kind of take this to a close here real quickly. The point is that I wouldn't want printing, lithographic, blueprinting as a main use. I would strike that. I would probably strike fire and EMS stations. I would probably strike restaurants and childcare and make them an accessory use.
But here's
because if I've got a campus, I may want to have childcare as an accessory use for all those people there, but I don't want a childcare campus, right?
Correct.
But let me go one step further, because we talked about this earlier in the discussion of data centers. Is they're looking for how they're going to provide 450 additional jobs outside of this. If you move everything on board, childcare, restaurant, public electric, retail. When all that starts to move in there, what does it become? Because it's not what we're looking at doing now. We're changing this, and that's why I'm back to what are our industrial uses? What is M1? Because this seems like a huge Venn diagram overlap of what I wouldn't want to see, and that's just in the and this is in the permitted principal uses. So these they could do, if they get that, they can do this by right with nothing else. Special uses was even a little more, I think, interesting. Laboratories and research and testing outdoors. Trade, technical, or vocational schools outdoors. I'm at a loss for those. And I'm going to get to the one that really got my attention under accessory uses and structures: storage of materials to be used in on-site production and or of products made on site, provided such materials or products are located in a fully enclosed building. So if I brought lithium batteries into a fully enclosed building and built a storage facility, we'd be there, because you could build it on site, and there it is as an accessory use and structures.
I think we've got a couple of issues here, Mr. Hughes. We need to create this particular zoning ordinance category. However, I think we've added a lot more into it that the county at this particular time would like to consider. So I'm going to ask you now to consider taking out everything except research development facilities, technology facilities, and data centers. Now, personally,
as permitted uses, or
as permitted uses, take out everything but those three.
Okay.
That sound fair to the rest of the board?
Mr. Thomas,
It
I
does.
just had a suggestion, since there does seem to be, I know we want to move forward with this, but since there's quite a few questions from more than one person, perhaps we give representatives time to meet with Mr. Hughes and go over what bothers them on this and bring it back at our next meeting. Is there a big rush of getting this done?
Mr. Chair,
Okay, let's see what everybody else says. Yes.
I think would be, letter I in this would be fine if it's a
science, precision, and research instruments, manufacturing.
Yeah, for manufacturing that would be like a Rolls Royce if I'm making
engines,
telescopes, or microscopes, or something like that. That's it. a software engineering company, say it's a government contractor that develops software, that would be a technology purpose. That would be, I think, would be appropriate for something like that.
But then what you're looking at then is you're looking at the amount of traffic you're bringing to an area, and that goes back to the mixed use that's in here. Is really a mixed use that creates issue in traffic and other issues that I kind of have a concern. I don't think it's, say research and technology, but when you talk about child care and restaurants, and that seems to be an issue for me.
Yeah, that's why I think those are like accessory structures. If you have a software technology campus, do you want all those people to go out at 12 o'clock every day to go around in the neighborhood wherever, or do you want a restaurant right there where they could eat? I mean, I don't want a restaurant campus or a cafeteria campus.
But there could be one building of 5 that has a small cafeteria that everyone can eat at.
And that's an accessory structure.
Yeah.
So
That's what I'm saying. We need to focus on what we really want and leave what we really want there. Take everything else out so we can say, this is what we've got. I haven't heard any questions about the actual ordinance except for 200 feet from water. That's the only thing we had as an issue far.
You haven't gotten to me yet.
And the other under special uses, do we really want public electric utility generation
No,
in this? I mean, we all know what that means.
it could be solar. It could be.
It could be generators like we have already.
Something
Do we
else.
want 10 more of those?
All right, let me hear what his issues are that
I'm on section 6A, Mr. Hughes.
Okay.
100-foot tall building is a very, very tall building. And I'm not sure that's an appropriate height for where we're proposing some perts.
10 stories.
Right, that's what it is. I hadn't gotten there yet.
I agree.
Yeah, that's what it is. And more if you use 8-foot ceilings.
Well, generally you got a 2-foot utility chase in between.
Not always.
But 10 feet.
Yeah, 10 is.
I don't know what the right number is. Perhaps it's 70 feet. I don't know.
Well, we talked about single floor earlier, and now we're talking 100 feet.
Well, I'm not talking about 100 feet.
No, but what I'm saying, the ordinance talks about 100 feet.
Right.
I'm not comfortable saying move. I think we need to make some changes to this. Right, because we can't. And I
don't know about a work session. I think the other plan is we can go back and have board members give their concerns to Mr. Hughes, and he could bring it back on the 26th, which then probably means we won't go to public hearing until the meeting in October. I don't know what effect that has on anything other schedule, but those are the options now. We can fight it some more, or we can say, let's talk about it with Mr. Hughes and then come back later.
Mr. Thomas, that was my suggestion that I was mentioning earlier is that we have a certain amount of time where we scheduled meet with him, get our ideas in, and then Mr. Hughes can send us all back suggestions, reprints, and we have a better copy of what we're going to do when we have our next meeting. It's really hard to hash these things out.
my other question, just for everybody's when we say backup energy and or fuel storage facility for individual buildings, should that be quantified with something? Do we want 10,000 gallons? Do we want 1,000 gallons? Do we want propane? Do we want diesel? I mean,
Well, that is an accessory use structure, so that's, now we always have the option of modifying accessory use structures.
because I say that because what we just heard was generator noise is exempt from the noise ordinance.
By who?
Mr. Hughes just read that to us a little bit ago. Generator noise is exempt from the noise ordinance, correct?
Mr. Hughes?
I'm flipping to that standard. It says. Following uses and activities shall be exempt from the noise level regulation. Noises resulting from emergency work, noise resulting from the operation of emergency generator, or maintenance and testing, or during power outages.
Yeah, but with that emergency is when you lose power, you go to emergency power. That's what it's called. So it's exempt. So if that runs for 3 days, it's exempt for those whole 3 days because it's emergency. It's exempt. No, I'm just saying that when
Power's
you,
out for 3 days. We got more problems than a little bit of noise.
I'm just pointing that out that it's exempt. That's all I'm saying.
I've actually lived through 4 or 5 days of no power in Caroline, so it can happen. And I wish I had a generator.
But do we want to quantify? And I'm asking because it's a comment I have, and I don't want to have to come back later. Is there? I'm underneath section 4, accessory uses of and structures, backup energy. It's D.
Who's controlling the screen?
You're saying you want to quantify in terms of time, but
or amount. How much fuel do we want?
fuel. All right.
Yeah. Right. I'm just saying, knowing that the noise is exempt.
I think that's enough because we've totally lost control of this. And,
Okay.
And let's go back to all talking to Mr. Hughes about what we want to change. My changes are pretty much what is a permitted use and other things. So we'll all go to Mr. Hughes. And Mr. Hughes, hopefully you can get this back to us on the 26th. And whatever impact it has on future things, it just has that impact. All right? Sure. Now.
So, Mr. Chair, I want to Mr. Sealer asked a question I want to answer. So, Mr. There are 34 by right uses in the M1 district.
All right, let's not go there. We're finished with this subject. Okay, we're finished. You can talk to him about that when the two of you talk. And I appreciate it, but we want to keep going. We got 3 or 4 more things to do, and if you would like to discuss that when we're done, I'd be happy to let you. We're going to move on to agenda item number 11, which is the first reading of a proposed 2030 comprehensive plan amendment, an amendment to Chapter 8, establish the Mattamead growth area.
Yes, sir.
Is this what we called the?
This was the
Upper Caroline growth area before.
I can the name Mattamead actually was the first name of the Orc farm by his great grandfather, who was it's Latin for beautiful meadow or something like that. So this actually was a suggestion from the Orcs. So if you're wondering about the name.
Oh, I didn't care about the name. I just wanted to make sure it was what we were calling the Upper Caroline growth area before. So, okay, Mr. Hughes. Gentlemen, Mr. Hughes is going to give us the concise Reader's Digest version here.
So the Reader's Digest version is, on your screen you have the proposed area for the Mattamead Future Growth Land Use Area. It is comprised of 1,385 acres to support data center and industrial development in this area, where public and water sewer would be provided in conjunction with Spotsylvania County. This is an amendment to support economic development initiatives which the county is partnered with Spotsylvania, the Fredericksburg Regional Alliance, and the Commonwealth of Virginia, and REC. As you can note, the red line is essentially the county boundary. The northern line,
The red line is the property boundary.
the red line is the boundary of the PERC. The properties, it consists of 12 properties within that red boundary. The river essentially is right here. The Matter River is right here. These two pieces are on the south side of the river and are included because those are two pieces that AWS has on the contract to purchase. So those were included as well. So as you can see, this piece here is the broadest piece that is identified as a future PERT area. These other areas here are part of the application. So as you can see here, these areas identified in yellow would be included in the AWS application, are included in the PERT area. As you notice on this map, it does remove the two parcels that are south of the river. They're not included on this map. The pink parcel there is the broadest tract, and then the red line here are the boundaries of the zoning, proposed zoning there. This is an aerial view. As you can see, it's pretty much undeveloped property there. There's some residential properties to the east. You can see the proximity to Interstate 95 and exit 118. And the green line on the screen there represents the Caroline-Spotsy boundary. And this is the future land use map and the current plan. The red dot represents the area where this proposed PERT area is on the map. So as you can see, it would change from the agricultural preservation to the PERT designation there. So that is the condensed version. It essentially is the ordinance that we were talking about is the ordinance that would support this land use and would be where you would seek the PERT zoning designation or the PIP zoning classification. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Where's the nearest, I know I was louder. Where's the nearest growth area from where they are?
So right now it would be the Ladysmith to the south.
So from exit 110 to almost exit 116 or mile 116, that's about 6 miles away. 118.
This is
116 is the mile marker where Caroline ends. So, okay.
But we're 104 to 118.
No, that's 110. Like
110, I mean, yeah. Yeah.
So the nearest growth area is 6, 7, 8 miles away.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the one, one of the things to think about when you think about your comp plan is the comp plan is a living document, and there's certain infrastructure that support these proposed uses that are there. So that is why these areas have essentially been chosen. You have a high voltage power
Nobody
line.
said anything wrong.
No.
Or bad. I was just asking the distance. That's all. I understand there are things that would attract someone to want to be in that particular area. So that's probably why we're making it a growth area. That's all I'm saying. Okay. So that was it.
Yes.
And this is the first reading of this particular comp plan amendment. So, would we like to send this to public hearing, or would we like to discuss it for another 30, 45 minutes?
Mr. Thomas, I'd like to move this to move ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Black.
First reading. I'm sorry, I'm tired.
Second.
Okay, you want to move it to public hearing?
Public hearing, yes.
Mrs. Long, is that what your motion says too?
Second.
Okay, so it's agenda item number 11. We're gonna move the 2030 comprehensive plan for the Mattamead growth area, which is the Caroline, Spotsylvania border off of Route 1 somewhere. All in, any discussion, questions? All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously.
Yeah.
All right, agenda item number 12 is the first reading of text amendment 11, an ordinance to amend the zoning ordinance, supplemental regulations, highway corridor overlay district, and this is to expand the highway corridor overlay district to include 652, the Carmel Church Loop, from the intersection of Rogers and Clark Boulevard to the intersection of Ruther Glen Road, and Ruther Glen Road from the intersection of 782 to the CSX Railroad Bridge. Highway Corridor Overlay District is just a district that's laid over areas that we want certain standards to comply to with relation to the look and feel of the road in the community.
That is correct.
Right? Anything else you would like to say about that?
I'll just show you the existing zoning map so you can see the purple is industrial zone property, and so there's a lot of potential development along that corridor, and so this would give us more design control over development along that corridor.
I had a couple of questions.
Wait a second, I got lost.
So
can I get a north arrow?
So yes.
Yeah.
So this is Rogers Clark here. This is Ruther Glen Road here.
Right.
This is the railroad track here. So it would essentially be from there.
It should point
down
like
to
that.
there.
And all that purple is, or blue is what zoned?
Industrial.
Industrial growth.
Okay, if there was a north arrow in here, the north arrow would be parallel to 95.
Yeah, given that orientation, probably yes. Or more, probably where 791 is, if you want to be correct, but that would be north.
Yeah. Okay. All right. This is the first reading of the ordinance there. Mr. Underwood, you had a question?
It goes along the railroad track, that's the boundary for the growth area.
I just, when I looked at it, it didn't
Didn't
have the
register.
orientation that I was used to.
I'm guessing it's north, it's on the north.
Yeah, I thought it was on the other side. I'm used to 207 being straight and 95 going perpendicular. Okay. Any questions? Move it to public hearing. Questions?
I have a couple questions.
Mr. Sealy has a couple questions. Mr. Underwood has a couple questions.
No, I don't have a question. I was just gonna make a motion, but.
All right, Mr.
Page
Sealy.
4.
Hang on, I'm sorry.
Page 4 of his
Page
thing.
4?
Page 4 of what was in our, it's labeled page 4.
Oh. Not 4 on the
Right
internet.
here.
Okay.
It's page 4, page 5.
While you're looking, Mr. Hughes, is Ruther Glen Road number 652 or 782?
652.
Because it says 782 for, Roger Clark to the intersection of 782 Ruther Glen Road and Route 652 Ruther Glen Road. So that road has two different numbers?
Yeah, so 782 is
the loop.
Is the loop.
Is the loop. Carmel Church Loop, the little road there.
So from here to here, this is 782.
But that's not part of it?
No.
Okay.
So why are we doing this update for just these two areas, 13 and 14 on page, well, I'm like,
Because there's a lot of development going
Yeah.
on in that area that we'd like
That's
to
where the-
have comply with the Highway Corridor Overlay District.
Yep, that's where the
The
new
fire
warehouse
station's
is.
going, one of the warehouses, the big, world-class distributors, and there's another proposal below that, and there's a proposal above it.
and those are by right,
Yes.
and they're how big?
One is by right, and one is coming for a rezoning or a proper amendment, I believe.
The one across from WC is by right.
By right. Yes.
Correct.
You know where the distribution, the one across the street from it, and that's only a 2-lane road on Ruther Glen Road.
No, I
That-
agree.
So
I'm
that's
just,
why we're including that stretch.
okay, I'm just looking for the rationale. And then my question on page 4 is, there's a highlighted section in landscaping C2 within the commercial service corridor. I was just curious about the highlighteds in this section. Outside the commercial service, inside within the commercial service.
That's related to the landscape buffers.
Well, the commercial services corridor is a section of this ordinance, so it's highlighted so that it makes a distinction that if you were in the commercial service area, then you have to do X, Y, Z, or if you were out of it, it's X, Y, Z. It's highlighted so it doesn't get missed.
Okay. And then my other question, Reggie and I just talked about the blue. Okay, I'm good.
No more questions? Motion to move this to public hearing would be in order.
So move, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously. Now we come to agenda item number 13. As per Mr. McKenzie's here, as per our rules, this was previously, this is the Jericho Road project, which was previously denied and then asked to be reconsidered, and here we are reconsidering it. Is this you, Mr. Hughes?
It is.
Okay.
I mean, I just provided the options in the packet, and like I said in the packet, those are just there for your discussion purposes. So,
thank you. You want to stay as far away from this as possible? Is that what you're saying?
It's not on the agenda of my request, so.
Okay.
But I would point out
the difference. Tell us what the difference is first.
Okay. So, well, let's go back to the beginning then.
Well,
so this was the original PERT area here. And as you can see, the total acreage in this area was 2,896 acres. And it had, no, I'm sorry, 2,000, yeah, total acreage was 2896. And the changes, you can see is all of the gray area there. And the dashed areas there were identified as future PERT, potential future PERT areas in the original proposal. So what's in your packet is option 1 is a reduced area that would include all of the area inside of the red line here. Essentially, the PERT would come down and connect to the existing boundary along Jericho Road. This area here in the light blue areas would be omitted, and then your PERT would be consistent of this area here in this option 1. In option 2 or 3, it is still the areas in here, but the areas in the yellow here are areas that where the property owners have expressed an interest to have their properties included in the PERT. So these blue areas here are the subject parcels of the rezoning application, and then these areas have been identified by the property owners as areas to be included in the PERT. And this area here is a parcel that's also the property owner has expressed an interest in being in the PERT. It reduces that original area significantly. The total acreage removed here is 1,327. So this area has 87 parcels in it. So, like I said, I included these for you all's discussion points to have something to consider as you look at reconsideration of this item.
You said there was someone in the audience that wanted to speak but didn't know. Are they still here?
Yeah, representatives
Mr.
representatives from the Keys family were here and didn't realize that they could speak because this item was on the agenda, so they didn't speak during public comment period. But
They're gone?
No, they're here.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay, so they wanted to be included in that area, in the PERT area.
In the PERT, yes, sir.
Okay, or proposed PERT area.
Mr. Hughes, the areas in blue that were omitted, were those property owners ever reached out to?
Not in the months that I've been here, no.
Okay, I know you came in the middle of this, so okay. I didn't know if they had approached the county or their land was just included, or it was just okay.
Okay, so
but the TAN, there's been contact, and there's a desire to have them included.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, so my understanding is the reason for reconsidering this is the PERT area that was originally requested has been reduced substantially. Is that your understanding, Mr. Hughes?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. Any information you would like to add for us before we start our discussion?
No, sir.
Thank you very much. Board members have any discussion points on this particular item? If you'll wait to be recognized so we're not all talking at once. Mr. Seeley, if you want to go ahead.
And what we're talking about is to send it to public hearing so people have an opportunity to comment. Is that correct?
No, actually, what we're doing is similar to what we did before, is making a change to the comprehensive plan amendment. This one already went to public hearing previously, and we've had the public hearing on the entire area. So that does cover the entire process.
Yes. So I actually went back and watched some of the June meeting just to recap here and go through procedurally what's required from a notice perspective. So if you recall at the June meeting when public hearing was held on this, we had the entire proposal was what was in the comp plan, the proposed comp plan amendment. So that's the areas up near MC Dean and sorry guys, and the Jericho Road and the UAD. There were a couple different things that we dealt with, and that was notice for public hearing. Had a public hearing on that, and then the board broke out some of those things, and you first took up the all the areas except Jericho Road and the UAD, and that included the 1,454 acres near the MC Dean property. You approved that comp plan amendment. Then you picked up the Jericho Road issue, and excuse me, that was denied. Then Mr. Forehand subsequently made a motion to reconsider that denial, and so you are still operating under that public hearing. And from my conversation with Mr. Hughes, we're not looking at new property. We're looking at restricted, fewer parcels from what was originally advertised. So I think you're still substantially similar to the original advertisement. You've just effectively deferred the vote on this portion of the comp plan amendment. With that said, you're of course entitled to do any number of things with it, one of which would be to call for another public hearing. That's within you can absolutely do that. But I think that this is still substantially similar to what was originally advertised. And you, in fact, took action on it, and now you're reconsidering that action.
Yeah, what was advertised was everything.
Correct.
And some of it was approved, correct, and some of it was not. And now we're reconsidering. So by definition of the reconsideration, we are now looking at the other part that was denied.
Yeah, you're reconsidering the denial as you broke out the amendments.
Right.
And now I think it would be helpful when you make any motion to be very clear, but as it stands, you approved everything except for the Jericho Road area, Mount Airy area. And then you're reconsidering that portion of the proposed comp plan amendment.
And Mr. Hughes, it's your understanding we're only reconsidering what is inside the red lines on the image behind us, right? Okay.
And there's two options. There's this one with 16 parcels, and the option one, which has about 30 parcels. Right.
So when we approve the Mattamead, whatever it was, the Upper Caroline one, that was 7 miles away from the previous PERT. This one is what? 2 miles, 3 miles, if that. I mean the thank you, the current growth area. This is like a mile away from the Carmel Church growth area, right?
No, so the Carmel Church growth area, the yellow lines, it's yellow. The boundary's the yellow line. So
it's not quite. It's only that little blue piece, which is the distance.
Yeah. So that yellow line on the screen right now represents the boundary of the existing.
Of what we approved in.
That's in the comp plan right now.
This is our comprehensive plan. Growth area.
Yes.
Right.
And it's outside.
And that piece is now outside by
it's
less than
yes.
a mile. 0.8 miles, less than a mile.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. All right, board discussion.
I was the initiator of the reconsideration, and I didn't feel that. I thought it was too large. I like option 2 to be considered. It's 16 parcels versus 126 parcels. It removes over 1,000 acres of land. At least and again, it has high tension lines right in the middle of it.
Okay, let's do this one at a time as we go down. So, Mr. Forehand, that's all you had to say?
That's all I got to say.
Mr. Black?
I voted no the first time around because, I just think there are certain areas that we need to concentrate on these areas as far as where we want to put these things. And I'm not so sure that this is the best area for it. So that's why I voted no. I think we have other areas in the county that we can consider. And on a rural back road that's already has a lot of high traffic, and I just didn't think this was a good idea. So I voted no, and I will continue to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Seeley.
You know, I talked to the sheriff about this accidents on Jericho Road, and they're really high. The number that's taken place there is going nothing but up. This whole PERT is outside the growth area, and it's already a high accident area. Why would we want to go a mile outside of the growth area to put something in that can be looked at down the road? We just approved almost 1,400 acres as a PERT that has nobody opposed to it. Every letter written for this was in opposition. There was no positive comments for this at the Planning Commission. Zero. You know, we voted this down 4-2 for a reason. It's because this isn't the right place. We have plenty of other better sites. We have other sites that have already been approved that nobody's done anything with. If we allow this to become a PERT, and then we allow it to be rezoned, everybody who's a taxpayer is going to pay for this because the land value goes up and the composite index goes down. We're paying for Carmel Church Station. We've been paying for it for the last 13 years. We're paying for every zoned piece of property, whether it's Harris Teeter or any place else. And I just see this as another burden that's not going to get acted upon. They're buying up these sites in hope that they'll find users. They have no users for this site. They're gonna zip in here if we do this, and they're gonna get the zoning changed. The property value is gonna go up, and it's gonna sit there like everything else. Carmel Church Station's a prime example. Almost 1,300 acres. We've rezoned other pieces when we've changed them, and they've still built nothing on them. I don't know why we're bending over to change the comp plan and then change the zoning. We've got plenty of other places. We've got better places. MC Dean has talked about doing data centers. They're right next to the wastewater treatment plant. They're right next to our utilities. They're actually bringing water around. Why would we go all the way down Jericho Road, which is a very rural area with a road that needs a ton of work, and do this now? We can come back if we built all those centers in 5 years or under construction. We can come back at any time and do this, but we don't have one. We've been working on some of these for 2 and 3 years, and we don't have anything any closer today than we did when we started. I don't know why we would march to another site and start over again. I mean, where's the first one? Where's the first shovel in the ground? We don't have it. And we still don't even have a PERT.
Well, we don't have a
text amendment.
We don't have an ordinance in.
We don't have an ordinance in place.
Said earlier we had just approved a PERT, and I know what you meant.
Well,
We just approved a comp plan amendment.
A comp plan amendment for a PERT in a place that's more appropriate than any place else that we're looking at.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Ms. Long.
So I see both points. There are places, but remember these facilities need to be where there's a high power line, and there certainly is plenty of high power line. I think we need to look at our old solar panel map, because they always had to be within a half mile of a high power line. And this, I've seen this piece of property. It is a good piece of property for this type of facility if you were going to do one, because it's well isolated, has lots of big trees on it, so it would be blocked. However, I do see I hear the uncertainty in our citizens, and I think maybe getting one in and seeing how it goes is a good idea. However, I do think the public needs to know that when I talk to the company that's looking at this piece of property, they did say that they were willing to do improvements to the road and also to pay for running pipe and cable and fiber down to the property. So there are some perks that the community could get that with having that kind of improvement down the road, and would keep us from having to wait for VDOT to make improvements to Jericho Road. So I think they need to be aware of that also. So I'm thinking about it, but I think everybody needs to be aware. But I do agree. I think the one we voted on is a great starting point and a nice piece of property.
Mr. Underwood?
Yeah, I've had a heated discussion with a constituent just a little while ago, and I appreciate the passion that's regarding this. For me, when you look at the property, I did talk to the landowner, or several landowners, as a matter of fact, and my question was to one landowner, what could he build by right there? He told me he could build 80 houses by right. So I said, well, which would be the least impact? When I moved here 55 years ago, there was no Carmel Church. They were built in '95, and I laugh because the road that I live on now, it wasn't even a paved road. It was just a dirt road. I look at Mrs. Albright, who are now consumed by growth at Carmel Church, to where we're getting ready to talk about a buy right warehouse right next to them now. And they've lived there all their lives. Their kids grew up with my kids, and my kids would go down to their house and they graduated together. Growth is tough, and I'm torn, and I appreciate, although Mr. Collins and I got into a heated debate, I appreciate his passion. And Ms. Williams, I appreciate all you said. When you look at the property, the high-powered voltage line makes a difference to me as to what you can do there. I'm not going to move next to that power line when it's right down through the heart of that. What else so we're going to tell the landowners, and we have other landowners who said they wanted their property included in the comp plan. I think a landowner should have the right to ask, and it's up to us to make the decision. But I think we should hear the landowners. We should hear the residents. I think Mr. Collins said you had a petition, 200 folks signed, or said he's okay. He said he spoke to 200 people in the county, and I understand that we have the rural nature of the county, because that is important to me too. Even where I live, so close to Carmel Church, it's important. So I look at it. Growth is going to happen. It's how smart we are. And Mr. Seal, I think you have some good points, good questions. And
we just keep paying for all these developers.
Let him finish. So I look at it as it's like it's a situation that's a very tough decision that we have to make, and I'm going to make the best decision that I think is not only for Reedy Church but for Caroline County, for the county as a whole. That's all.
And Mr. Thomas, just to be clear, this is just the request for rezoning on this piece. This has nothing to do with any future projects.
No, that's not what.
No, it's a comp plan amendment that's going to allow.
This is not a rezoning. Yeah, this is not a rezoning. No.
But we all end up paying for this.
Wait a second. To make sure everybody understands, this comp plan amendment is basically making this part of the growth area that would be susceptible to a rezoning request at any point in time. Which, if we ever get a ordinance, may apply. But that's just to clarify that. And from my perspective, part of being a representative that has the middle of the county, there was one point in time when Jericho Road was part of the Mattaponi district. So I have quite a few former constituents and friends that still live there. And I too, I guess as you and maybe the rest of the board, has talked to the landowner, and I've talked to people who said they hunt that land and they love to hunt on that land. But part of it is you hunt on that land because the landowner allows you to hunt on the land, and he pointed out some other land he has that would allow hunting on that particular area. The bottom line comes down to what we do that's best for the county in this particular case. Each and every case is different. As as was said before, this landowner could put probably 70 houses up there safely to consider, the power line that's going through. Easy 70 by right, without anybody saying anything, without the county getting anything. Do I want 70 houses, or do I want a large building or two that could be made to look like a barn that's in the middle of all this property? That's the decision we have to make. And that's all of those things are things we consider. So that's what we're considering right now. At least that's what I'm considering right now. And we've all had a chance to say one or two things. We'll go around one more time if necessary. Mr. Seeley, I know you had some more you wanted to add, so you go ahead and add your additional comments, and then we'll decide what to do with this.
Why is this not spot zoning, says it doesn't adjoin anything else we've got? It's disconnected by almost a mile.
Again, this is a comp plan amendment.
I understand that, but it enables it for zoning at that point. So
Right.
why is this not, once we do this, why is this not spot zoning? For industrial in the middle of rural preservation and ag preservation.
So this, again, amending the comprehensive plan in this way is not controlling. It would be very hard to rezone this underlying property if the comp plan wasn't amended, because it would be completely contrary to it. If the property is then rezoned, the issue with spot zoning is, does the zoning benefit anybody other than the applicant? Does it benefit the community in any way? Is it in compliance with the comp plan? So before we can make a spot zoning analysis, we would have to, this comp plan amendment would have to be decided. In other words, to answer your question, the spot zoning analysis is only going to be conducted upon the rezoning, not at the comp plan stage.
You know, we keep adding to the comp plan, doing rezoning, and allowing folks to get rezoned. We've got Carmel Church Station, over almost 2,000 acres. We're all paying taxes because what happens to our composite index is it goes up, which means our ability to pay is higher. We have to provide more money to the schools, and we all have to pay more to do that. The developer's not responsible for any of that. They've got their rezoning. They sit on it. They're sitting on tons of property that's been rezoned. Look at Kroger, 1 million square feet. It's been there 8, 9, 10 years. We've got all of Carmel Church Station. We have a bunch of land in Carmel Church that's rezoned. Everybody in the county is paying that bill in the composite index. And here we are marching forward again, putting the tax bill back on everybody else because one group wants to have something rezoned so they can make it a perk, get it rezoned, and then sit on it for 8 or 10 or 12 years until the time is right. We've been talking about these for 3 years. We haven't built a single one. There's not a shovel in the ground. There's not a set of plans at zoning to build any of these. And here we are knowing that we're going to get a rezoning as soon as this is done. I do not understand why we're sitting here even contemplating this tonight. We voted no the first time. We need to vote no again.
All right, thank you, Mr. Seeley. Mr. Hughes, I know you got a couple of different presentations, but can you show us the map of the Mattamead, whatever that is, comp plan we just approved?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's it.
More.
You want the aerial?
I want the comprehensive plans of the two different ones.
Yeah.
Okay, so the comprehensive plan says Ladysmith is a growth area, which is the closest one. and then we go up Route 1, and we're gonna make another comprehensive plan change there, 8 miles away. How come that's not spot zoning?
Well, like Mr.
And that's 8 miles away from the closest
So spot
growth area.
zoning, the pure definition of spot zoning is doing something, rezoning a piece of property purely for the sole benefit of a single owner. So what the attorney said is when you adopt your comp plan and
So
say,
this one's not spot zoning, because it's only owned by one person.
no, what you would do is when you adopt the comp plan amendment, when you adopt the comp plan amendment, you are saying this area is suitable and appropriate for the rezoning actions to occur. So any property within that area is now identified as being suitable to be rezoned. Whereas if it was not a comp plan amendment and you just came out and said, okay, John Q owner, that single owner, outside of an adopted comp plan amendment, we're going to rezone that piece of property. That is solely for the benefit of that one parcel. That is one reason why you don't do a comp plan amendment on a single parcel.
So this comp plan amendment has how many parcels?
12.
So this has 12
the
parcels.
Matamede has 12.
And the one that we're actually currently talking about has how many parcels?
I believe if
13.
different options. Hang on one second. I can tell you.
I think 13.
16, 13?
So in option 1, there are 31 parcels in the proposed perk. In option 2, there are 16.
Okay. But they're
None of them are next to a raceway like this property is on the Spotsylvania line.
The one thing that both of these
we're
parcels,
talking about comp plan amendments, and
Yes.
and
the one thing
all
that,
I'm trying to do is compare apples to apples.
sure, and the apples to apples comparison is both of these parcels have high voltage lines running through them or in very close proximity to them. The Matamede perk has a high voltage line running across the edge of property that is subject to the rezoning application. The Jericho Road, Carmel Church one has a high tension line that runs directly through the property. And that's the infrastructure that, when this comp plan was adopted, data centers were not in demand like they are now. And so it's kind of like the water and sewer analogy is you install a water and sewer, growth is going to follow.
Follows. Right.
In this instance, you have a technology that requires high energy uses, and so that utility is there. So that's the commonality in those two pieces of property.
Okay. Thank you, sir. All right. Is there a motion in either way? We're willing to entertain a motion. Who would like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion, we deny the changes to the Jericho, to the
Comp plan.
comp plan.
At I guess Carmel Church, to be specific, agenda item 13.
Agenda, well, the reconsideration
Right.
would be to
You-
vote to deny.
You vote to, or you make a motion to deny. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, Mr. Seeley's made the motion to deny the comp plan amendment on agenda item 13, which is the reconsidering area. Mr. Black seconds. Any more discussion?
Can I
Yes, sir.
I just want to clarify again for the record because of the way this was postured in June. This motion just concerns this area to the west along Jericho Road.
Yes.
Your motion doesn't address the previously approved areas.
No.
Only west on Jericho Road,
Okay.
correct.
I just want to clarify for the record.
Okay.
Thank you.
Only the newly stated parcels on Jericho Road, because there was much bigger parcel before.
Correct. Thank you.
Well, but he's voting to deny everything, so we don't have to clarify what is what. Okay. All in favor of the motion to deny, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Chair detects division again. Mr. Forehand, how do you vote?
Nay.
On the motion to deny, you vote nay. Mr. Black?
Aye.
You vote aye. Mr. Seeley?
Aye.
You vote aye. Mrs. Long? You vote nay. Mr. Underwood?
Nay.
You vote nay, and I vote nay, so the motion to deny fails 4-2. Is there another motion?
Actually, I have a comment,
Yes, sir.
and I would hate to postpone this. However, I think we need to have, before we progress any further, we need to have an information session better than what we had today. I hate to say it, should have had it a year ago, honestly. But at this point, I mean, what people don't know. Honestly, they don't know the good or the bad. And all they're hearing from some is bad, and all they're hearing from some is good. But there's both.
You want to make that a motion? I'll second it.
How fast can we get something like this planned? I mean, will we have this, bring it up at the next meeting? We could have an information session next week.
And we already approved one comp plan amendment change. So really, you want to have a data center focused session or a comp plan amendment session?
A data center focused information session, okay. Not in a stage format, something where we can actually have a conversation, have maybe video, have some photos, have some face-to-face interaction. And I am a proponent of data centers. I think it is a game changer for the county. However, Mr. Collins is correct that people don't know. So I'll make a motion that we defer to the next meeting and next week, or perhaps on the Monday before the meeting, we have an information session.
You want to, I know there was discussion before and you sent out an email about a town hall. You want a town hall meeting or you want a board meeting or what?
Just a town hall, an information session, at a school or a clubhouse at one of the neighborhoods and somewhere that can accommodate 50 people.
I would second that.
Let's see about the logistics. Who would take the lead? Mr. Hughes, Mr. Wilson, Mr. Cully? Mr. Cully will take the lead.
I don't think it's the data centers that's the issue. It's the location.
Yeah.
And we'll take the lead and assign appropriate staff and try to start working on, who we could get to attend the week we're working on it. I mean, when we started working on this, people are hard to get on short notice. But I agree with you, boards and video are the things that we were looking to do, sort of like VDOT does when they hold an information meeting on
that's what I had in mind.
Road improvement. That's what I picture.
Well, who's going to take the lead? The county or the applicant or?
Actually,
I think it needs to be the county personally because it's, information not on this site, but on data centers in general is what I thought.
Yes, and I made the suggestion months ago to some of the other applicants that they should do it, and they haven't. Months ago, just again for information purposes, what they are. Because right now, for many people, it's an unknown, and they Google, and the first 10 articles you read are negative. But what they don't read is 10 years ago, all their articles were all positive, and everybody up north is cashing checks.
All right.
At the same time, some people are complaining about them. They're enjoying the benefits of them.
Maybe we can ask a couple of representatives from a couple of companies or,
all right.
My issue is the discussion should be about location. I think people see the value in a data center. The question is this location, and including this in the comp plan?
Yeah, this is not a data center question.
So it's not a data center question. I think the round table should be, if we're going to do that, is have a discussion about the addition of the parcels to the comprehensive plan that we already adopted. Not because the data center is not the issue. The issue is
if you don't know what a data center is, then you have no interest in putting anything else out there. I mean, if you don't know the benefits of it, or if you're completely on board, if you don't know the negatives of it, then that could skew your opinion either way.
Yeah, I know the
I mean,
benefits of.
I voted against it. I went through this. You know, I consider Mr. Collins my friend, and I'm sure he's wants to. What's that? Upset is a but it's I want people to understand what it can do. If it's not the right site, it's not the right site. But it can be a game changer for the county, and if everybody understands that and still says no, then so be it.
Why would we have though? But why would we have why would we have a discussion on something we've already voted on? Like we've already the vote just went.
This is an open issue. It's like the vote never happened.
But we just added. We went 4-2 to add it to the comprehensive plan, right? So.
No, we didn't.
Am I losing my mind? Or?
We turned down the vote to deny it.
Right. Okay.
But we have not approved it.
Approved it.
But
okay. I see.
Learning and education for the citizens is certainly a benefit. Even if for those who don't want one, those who don't know what qualifies to attract the centers, there might be somebody along the power line that has a perfect place and they're ready to look at making some money off their property or selling their property. So if we put the information out there and it's accurate information from somebody who knows what they're talking about and they know what we want to hear, it's not going to hurt anybody. They don't have to come. It may not change any minds one way or the other, but they'll know. I agree, Mr.
Can we just go ahead and vote on this because we've still got other stuff to do and it's 5 after 12. So if we want to do an informational meeting, we have a motion in a second.
All right.
I'll just call for all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. Mr. Cully, you'll set up and see what we can do to move forward.
So that's for the meeting. What are gonna? I don't.
So I guess the rest of this is tabled until we have the meeting. Is that?
You want to just make a motion to defer it to the next meeting?
Defer to the next meeting, and in the meantime, have an informational session.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. I can. I mean, you can. I think the transportation thing we need to put on the next agenda because we're not near done. We've got to go to closed session.
Yeah, and everybody, we wanted all the board members to come back with their top priorities for roads in the county.
Yeah,
not today.
Right, we can do that.
We'll do that on the 26th. I think this is the problem with our July, not having a meeting in July because we've been backed up ever since. But here we are. All right, so we did Sparta, we did other thing, public schools, we did information calendar, Mr. Cully. I apologize, ladies and gentlemen, but I am over 50. Mr. Cully?
Saturday is Milford Day. I don't have the time, but most likely all day. The 22nd is the start of the state fair. It runs through the Sunday, October 1st. We have a meeting on the 26th, as we just mentioned a little bit ago. We need to decide if we're going to have the schools have agreed to the joint meeting on the 10th. Columbus Day is a holiday on the 9th. So you would need to recess after your meeting on the 26th to that meeting with the schools, but we could let them know tomorrow if y'all agree with that so they can make sure they mark it on their calendar for that joint work session. Harvest Festival is the 21st and Frog Level Day is the 28th. Those are the things we have so far in October.
All right, Dr. Calveric did say they were
in agreement
free in
with
October.
I just don't know what we're going to meet with them over.
We did have we had a couple of things to talk about. One in particular was the changes they made in last year's budget. But we can make that determination at the next meeting.
Okay.
All right. then on here was the possible data center community meeting. All righty. Closing board comments. We've got to go into closed meeting, but closing board comments. Mr. Forehand,
I've said enough for today.
Mr. Black.
Yeah, I do. It's this just came across my ticker, and I'm really thrilled about it. Aqua Virginia seeks 34% rate hike in water rates. Just want to put that on the radar.
Are you willing to work with me now?
I am. We'll talk. Yeah. Yes.
No, he's not.
I have none, Mr. Chairman.
All right. I do have one. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Long. No. Mr. Underwood. Closing board.
I have some closing comments, but I think I'll keep them to myself tonight. I'm not in the right frame of mind.
Yeah. One thing, Mr. Cully, for my closing board comments, you can stay there. I have been in discussions with Sheriff Mosier about him being fully staffed and possibly staffing ahead, which I think he's doing. We actually did that for him, but I also had those same discussions with Chief Loftus, and Chief Loftus is losing some people, so I want us to consider or look at his budget. You look at more appropriation, I guess, is the reality of having him get what fully staffed plus or whatever. Right. If you could look at that and bring that back to the board as a recommendation of how we can do that to make sure, because it's essential for our public safety, fire and rescue, and the sheriff to always be up to staff, and it takes a long time to train his people. It takes a long time to train his people, so we want to be ahead of the curve and never fall behind. So if you could look at that, I'd appreciate that. And that was my comment. So we'll take a motion to go into closed meeting and discuss financial things.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that the board convene in closed meeting pursuant to the litigation exempt. Are we still there, Miss?
No, we're done with that one.
So the only one we had open was yet that second one, legal.
Consultation with legal counsel contract exemptions in section 2.23711A8 and A29 of the Code of Virginia for consultation with the county attorney to discuss with staff regarding construction contracts associated with the Valley Broadband Expansion Project and performance agreements relating to an economic development project in the Port Royal District wherein an open session would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiation strategy of the county.
Second.
Before you vote on that, we had a couple items coming out of the first closed session. Do you want to deal with those now or after this closed session?
We'll do it after, because then you can tell us what to do when we're in closed session. We have Cully, Mr. Cully. Davenport is covered in this closed meeting. I know they're still back there. All right, let's go wake them up and. Oh, we didn't vote on the closed meeting.
Yeah, sorry.
All in favor of going into closed session, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously. All right, they were going out the door. Here they are in here.
I make a motion, we, come out of, I move the board, where am I?
Your middle
I
name,
move the
Biden?
Caroline County Board of Supervisors to certify that the investigation board members have only public matters lawfully exempt from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in closed meeting to which this certification applies. And only such public business matters were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting or discussed by the board.
All right, is there a second, Mr. Black? Second?
Yes, second.
All right, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously. Certify, Mr.
I so
Forehand.
certify.
Black.
But yes,
I so
Sealy.
certify.
I so certify.
Underwood, and I too certify. We're at a closed meeting. We have 2 action items at this particular hour, which are,
The first is, in your consent agenda, you ratified the MOUs relating to the VATI grant expansion.
Correct.
We have reviewed with you a construction agreement with Verizon in closed session. We would like to add that to the ratification and have you ratify the county administrator's signature to that document.
I so move.
second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Carries unanimously. Next.
Okay, the next is a resolution to approve acquisition of lots subject to delinquent taxes.
So moved.
I have it written.
Second.
Do you want me to read it into the
all
record?
in favor,
or just give it to-
Discussion?
I'll read it into the record and I'll give a copy to.
I will beat you with
Miss
one of those
Kidd.
flags.
I'm going to read it really quick. Whereas numerous lots in the development commonly known as Four Winds Campgrounds in the Port Royal Magisterial District of Caroline County are delinquent in the payment of real property taxes, and many such lots are severely delinquent. These are called the delinquent lots. The delinquent lots satisfy the provisions of Section 58.1-3970 of the Code of Virginia, which provides that when the amounts of delinquent taxes on a parcel of real property assessed at $75,000 or less exceeds 25% of the assessed value of such property, a locality following notice as required by the code may petition the circuit court to appoint a special commissioner to convey such real estate in lieu of the sale at public auction to the locality or to a land bank entity of the locality. And whereas the Board of Supervisors of Caroline County believes it to be in the best interest of the county to begin such proceedings regarding the delinquent lots, now therefore be it resolved, the board hereby finds it to be in the best interest of the county to approve the acquisition of delinquent lots pursuant to the provisions of Section 58.1-3907.1 of the code, and authorizes and directs the county attorney and the county administrator to begin the process of such acquisition of such delinquent lots as they deem advisable in their sole discretion. And be it further resolved that the county administrator, county staff, the county attorney hereby authorized and directed to take such action as is necessary in their sole discretion to carry out the purposes and intents of this resolution, including without limitation the preparation and filing of the necessary papers of the circuit court to obtain title to the delinquent lots. That's the motion.
That's it? I think we voted on it already.
Yeah.
We already voted on it already. You just read it in for the record.
Well, you need to vote on it again.
We already voted on it.
So moved.
Second.
Aye.
All in favor? Aye.
Okay, so it passed unanimously.
Thank you.
Motion to adjourn.
So move.
Give a copy.
Aye. This is not a record, buddy.
Oh, no.
I was in the courthouse. Alan was there. We were in the courthouse for Haymount. It was 2:00, and I had to drive to Dulles to take a flight the next morning.
That one.
Well, that morning, yeah. That was my job for both of them. Man, see how much it cost the whatchamacallit, the
Yeah,
composite
it's
index?
for Pam. I was just looking for it. Yeah.